All right. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Predator. How's everybody doing today? So we had the what was that CPI numbers that came out there? CPI came out there 8:30, and we got a massive move down. Well, not massive. Uh, I guess it was like what we traded from 330 to 85, so like a 45-point move down. I'm trying to adjust this thing. That is not what we wanted to do. This thing never does what I want it to do. That little space at the bottom is bothering me. All right, let's try it this way. That probably is the better way to do it anyway. So anyways, I did participate in the news this morning, as you guys can see here on the P&L there. We took $1,500 on the Topstep account. That's the most you can make on the 50K. So that's where we set our target to, and we hit it. Pretty easy read. Was expecting a move down, so just waited for that push back up. Waited for that push up. This kind of push up here. Can't really see it on this chart too well. I don't know why, but you can on the Topstep stuff. But we just had a wick up. Just a wick up right here before, and then as soon as this candle, I'm sorry, it's over here. So we had a wick up, and then as soon as this candle opened, I took the short right at 8:30, as we were expecting price to move down. And that's what it did. So ended up paying off there. I made $1,500 on that Topstep account. Excuse me. So today we're going to be very conservative today, guys. In the past, on these days where we have kind of these double headers, PPI data in the morning, Fed minutes in the evening, I typically blow accounts. So for that reason, we probably aren't going to take too many trades outside of the mechanical strategy today. I am going to take the trades on the Ninjarinko today. So we will pull that over once we get done with the mechanicals, and we'll use the Ninjarinko pretty much for the trading today. We're going to follow the rules. I am going to go back to the larger size on the Ninjarinko, and I've kind of tweaked the rules just a little bit where I think that it probably would be fine, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. We shall see how it goes. We are going to be taking trades on our live account. We got that. I couldn't get that pulled down, but here's the live account. We did get the money in there on that one. So you can see we're starting with $3,988 because they charge you, $12 for the market fee. And I just took it off the account balance. So I put $4,000 in this account. We're going to be using this account for the 5-minute gap strategy. 2 micros. 2 micros on this account. And see how it goes. So 2 micros, really the average risk is 50 handles. So with 2 micros at 50 handles, you're looking at $200, I believe. Is that right? Yeah, $200. So the average loser is probably going to be $200. The average winner is going to probably be $400, somewhere in there. So that's kind of what we're looking at on that account. And I'm only going to trade the 5-minute gap strategy on that account. I do have another account that I'm funding with $4,000 as well. And that one we're going to just trade our strategy on that one. But that one hasn't came through yet. So we're going to stick with this one for now. And that's what the plan is. Jason Floyd, good morning. How's it going? How's it going? So let's take a look and see what Mancini has tweeted out today. Let's take a look and see what his thoughts are on today. It says this week he was looking for a dip to 43.10, then rally to 44.18, 24 macro target on the ES. We hit this yesterday. First dip after a 115-point rally this week. Plan today, 93 to 89 to 18 is a basing range. As long as 93 and 18 hold, we dip, then break to 39. If 93 fails, we dip to 66. So we held 93. If you guys go back and look at the 8:30 news this morning, we literally pulled back to 94.50 on the dot and pushed off there. Now, and then we pushed all the way back up to 43.10 or 44.10. So 44.10, 18 is kind of a basing range. We get above 18 there, then we can see some pushback up all the way up to 44.18, 44.39. So I kind of think that we're either going to just chop sideways today, or we may move up and then move down at the FOMC minutes that come out at 2 p.m. So it's kind of what I'm expecting. If you guys haven't already, if you're new here, hit that like button for me. If you're not yet subscribed, do me one big favor. Press that subscribe button. It helps the channel. We are trying to push into 1,000 subscribers. We're currently, I think, starting the day at 360. That's kind of where we ended yesterday's stream at. So yeah, it would be nice if we can gain some subscribers today during the stream. We do appreciate everyone who has subscribed. Let's see here. What do we got? How long? About another 14 minutes, 13 minutes here until open. I did start the stream a little early today. I did not stream the London session last night. I just could not wake up, guys. If I'm being honest with you, I went to sleep. I could not go to sleep last night. And so went to sleep late, probably like 1 a.m. and just could not get up for the London session. So I couldn't go to sleep. I don't know what the deal was with that. Just could not get to sleep at all. Sometimes it's like that, I guess. Sometimes it's like that. Thank you, Jason. Well, I do have a new mic. I did have it placed in a different position, but people were saying that they couldn't hear me all that well, so we put it back to where we normally have it. And does seem to be better. I like it to be above me because when I look to my monitor on the right, it is this little arm. It's not in the way, but it's there, you know? And when it's there, it's not that it's annoying, but I don't know. It's just one of those things, I guess. All right, let's go share this, share the stream. Yeah, guys, I turned on, last night I turned on, I was trying to go to sleep like so bad. I literally turned on like rain on a tin roof. I don't know if you guys have ever done that. Rain on a tin roof, thunder and lightning and rain on a tin roof. That's what we turned on so we could get to sleep. It did help. We went to sleep shortly after that, so. So if you guys are ever struggling to sleep when you don't want to take medicine, I don't like to take too much medicine. I just turn that on. Turned it on and it worked out nice. Did wake up to a dead phone this morning though. Let's see here. I'd rather have a dead phone than not being able to sleep, though. What in the world is going on here? Okay. Trying to pull up a link here. Copy link. All right. There we go. We got everything on there now, so we're ready to go. Now we're just waiting for the market to open. What do we got? About 8 minutes here. So, while we got a couple of minutes, I don't normally do this kind of stuff, but we're going to do it anyway. My girlfriend has started a business, and she's making custom tumblers. So if you guys are interested in some sort of tumbler, just like, I don't know, cups, tumblers, she does these. This is her TikTok, where she kind of advertises. And I do have the link for the tumblers. It should pop up in the chat box soon there. But that's the name, Gem Tumbling Creations. Crystal Gem Tumbling Creations. So go follow her on TikTok and order a tumbler if you're interested in it. If not, that's fine too. But I will put the link in the description here. Yeah, the tumblers are really nice. I got one in there that I will probably bring in here. Gonna throw some in the background so you guys can kind of see them, but she just kind of started, so. But she does a good job. I can never do stuff like that. I'm not creative enough. Let me make sure this thing even works. This link. Why does that just take you to her page? That's not what we want. I mean, I don't guess it matters. That should be good enough. We'll see. All right, let's get back here. So if you guys are new and you're unfamiliar with the what we're doing with the mechanical strategies, we do take the 15-minute opening range, breakout, breakdown, whichever way it goes. Dylan, let's see. She should that match with each tumbler. That would be cool. Make journals. She should that. This mic is way better. Yeah. She should make journals that match with each tumbler. That would be cool. She probably could do that. Yeah, I bought this mic, I guess, over the weekend, and like I said, I set it up, but I had it where it was like further away from me, but it's, I guess it works better closer to your face. So I really already knew that, just didn't want it to be like, I don't know, didn't want to be right in my face, but it's fine. But it's a nice mic. I bought a Shure mic. This is it's not the most expensive one, but it's more expensive than the other one I had. The other one was just a cheap entry level one. So this is the SMB7, I think. So it's kind of like their middle of the road mic, but for what we're doing, we don't need anything super fancy. But anyways, I put the link to her TikTok store down in the description there. So if you guys are interested in a tumbler, check it out. And I don't know what they cost. She handles all that. I'm just here. She did make me a nice tumbler that has a Methodical Man on it and stuff like that. All right, let's see. So let's get our stop set up. I wasn't even paying attention here, and didn't even realize the stops aren't set. Not that I don't know that I'm going to take any trades unless it's just super clear on this one account. And then this is the one for the 15-minute breakout. So the stop will be at 60 ticks. Take profit at 152. So that's a 15 handle stop, 38 handle take profit. So we got just a couple of minutes here until the market opens. So once again, if you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. 15,345. Let's kind of take a look right here. Let's just see where we're at while we got a minute. Where did we close at yesterday? Let's take a look and see. So right here. So we closed at 282. So we do have a gap to the downside here. I'll put it up at 285 just so that we know this is there. We did fill the gap to the upside yesterday. When we first opened, I really didn't think we would, but we did. And now let's mark out the London high, which the London high has already been ran, and we also ran the low for sure. So we'll just mark out kind of the high and the low here just to see. So to fill the gap from yesterday, this was kind of this lightsaber down that we had on that news. The PPI there at 830. All right, got about a minute and a half here until the market opens. I'm glad you guys can tell a difference with the mic, because on my end, I can't really tell a difference. Just sounds the same to me in my ear, but at least maybe that means it's worth it. So once again, we're going to take the, if you're just joining us, we do have a live account. I put $4,000 in there. We're going to take the 5-minute gap strategy with 2 micros on that today. And I started another live account too that I'm going to take the other mechanical strategy on. So if that doesn't tell you guys how much I trust these strategies, these mechanical entries that I've been taking, I mean, this should say a lot that I'm willing to put my money on the line and trade these strategies. Now, albeit with micros, it's still my money, right? Not using a prop firm. I do have 2 prop firm accounts that I'm using with those strategies. We're still going to try to get those to the funded level. The ultimate goal is obviously just to trade our own money with it, right? And kind of do it that way. So let's see what happens here. Coming into open, market's about to open. Here we go. So ES is opening up here, 43.04. We're both the ES and the Nasdaq are above the VWAP there. Thinking we want to get a push into this buy side right here real quick. I might participate here. I'm going to wait 1 second. I got in a little late there. Just going to take it at buy side. Oh, I'm on the wrong account. I'm not supposed to be taking that entry on that account. That account is for the 15-minute breakout. Oh, well, that's okay. Well, we didn't quite take the buy side yet. So if we get another little pullback before we take that 45.50, I'll probably take it. Hate that I was on the wrong account there, but it's okay. All right, it took the buy side there, which is kind of expected. That's a nice, easy read, just looking at the WADA. Probably got a little more room to the upside because ES not ran the buy side yet. Got the buy side at 44.10. ES is at the 08 level here. So, nice little wick back down there. So, I may take one trade on this account. Like I told you, I'm going to be a little more conservative this morning. So Nasdaq ran that buy side there. Now it's trying to pull back. I tried to take an entry over here on the Ninzarinko and I missed it. I don't know. I kind of want to participate here, but gonna wait. Gonna wait. There we go. Pushing straight up there. So the ES has not ran the 10 level yet. We might see 75. Got the pivot there at 78. So we might see 75 before we get a pullback. You can see the pivot there, 78 on both screens. 78. So ES now ran the buy side. So now it's kind of, you know, do you want to take a breakout here or not? That breakout was pretty clear there, and I did participate for a small winner, but not exactly what we were looking for. We took $30 on that push-up. Took it on the wrong account. What's wrong with me? If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. If you're not yet subscribed, press that subscribe button. It helps the channel. We do appreciate it. Thanks a lot. We are going on vacation tomorrow. I still will be streaming, but just to be, well, tomorrow I'll be here for the morning, and the London session, I'll be here. We're leaving tomorrow after my stream. So it'll be a shorter stream tomorrow because we'll be traveling. But Friday, I will stream from vacation. Going to the mountains. Tennessee. Going to the mountains. All the way up to 77 there. You can see we ran that 75 area. I don't even know what that is. That might be the... Yeah, that was just some liquidity from yesterday that we put on. I'll take those off. Feels bad that I didn't get more out of that. I didn't want to, I felt like I was chasing it once it kind of wicked back down. I liked it for the break of 35. I wanted to see it push into the 45 area, kind of see how price reacted once it got there. But unfortunately, we were on the wrong account, which I do quite a bit. Sometimes when you got multiple accounts on the screen, it's difficult to manage what you got going on there. So I don't know if I love a breakout straight into the pivot here, but what would we kind of be thinking, right? You like to see 3, 4, 5 red candles here. Smoky Mountains, Joel, yeah. Going to Tennessee to the to Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge area. You don't really want to see this thing just go. You want to see kind of some consolidation here, and then maybe we can get through that pivot. Mancini just tweeted out after this week's 115-point rally from 43.10 buy zone, 44.18 micro target was just hit. Oh. We're setting up for the next one. All right, 40.93 to 18's basing chop zone. No, 18's the next up, and then we'll dip probably. So we're kind of breaking out here. I don't love it. Wasn't enough consolidation there for me. You can see we are above the explosion, above the dead man here with the explosion line there. So this is something that you could technically take, but I don't love the fact that we're right there at the pivot. Yeah, I think it should be nice. We'll see. We've been there, several times before. We're doing, going to do an escape room with the kids tomorrow night, and then Friday we're going to go to the little Alcatraz museum thing they got and do the Dixie Stampede. And then Saturday we're just kind of chilling, watching football, and there's a hiking trail that's kid-friendly that we'll take the kids to on Saturday in between a couple of games. See, watching the WADA here, if we get a second one print above the explosion line, that would look good for a move up. So we're just kind of relaxed on Saturday. They got a putt-putt course there, an indoor pool. Should be a good time. We'll see. I might do a vlog style video while we're there. Maybe post that on my channel. We'll see. It's not something I normally do, but I might do that. We shall see. Be a lot of people. Between me and my girlfriend, there are 8 kids. 7 of them are going, so 1 is an adult. She's not going. They range in age from 20 years old to 7 months. You can let that sink in. Juker's short. Dump it, he says. I mean, it might. It could. I'm not liking the way the WADA looks for a short right now. Do have the 90 here with the 400s. Probably see how price reacts to that 400 area. We weren't in this location, I probably would have taken a long there. You know me, I'm not trying to participate into that 90 drama and the whole number there. Not trying to do it. So we got about 7 more minutes on this opening range. We'll see where this thing closes at. I do think, I'm kind of downside biased for today, especially on the minutes. I think when the minutes come out, it's going to be a flush to the downside once again. So I do think for that reason this morning, we're either going to go sideways or we are going to pump. That's what I think. But I could be completely wrong because there's probably other people thinking that thing, same thing. So you can see here, this does look, oh man, I wanted to participate there. I'm trying to be more conservative this morning, guys, really am. I don't want to make mistakes and give money back. You're looking for 366 and 355. Well, you just took one. 355, I think you got, no, you probably have more room than that, but if we hold below that pivot anyway, that would be kind of my thinking. If we hold below the pivot, then maybe move lower here. ES back to the 06 there. 05's trying to push back up now. Where'd you get short at, Juker? Were you short at 78, 77? I might take the short here if we break through and we kind of retest. I might would take the short. I'm trying to be a little more, like I said, just trying to be a little more conservative today, guys. Don't really want to be giving stuff back. Not even necessarily giving stuff back. I don't want to do something stupid. I'm known to do stupid stuff sometimes. I mean, the WADA just looks too good here not to take this. Too good. That was just too good on the WADA to not take that. I don't normally love the breakthroughs like that when you break, you first break through there, but it was too good not to take. That should have gave you what you needed there, Juker. I mean, we didn't take a lot out of it. 55, 63, 8 points. We'll take that. Let's see here. $160 on that short. So this would be a better entry here. We kind of push through, retest. If it holds below here, if it holds this area, then I think it probably moves below 50 here. Got about 3.5 minutes left on that 15-minute range. I'm not going to take it here, but this would be your better entry than what I just had. Push through, push back up, retest, and then push through 50 here. Maybe down into the 38s would be my guess. That kind of area. Juker's out fully. Juker, I think he left a little on the table here, man. Come on. Got to leave that runner on. You know better than that. I'm just messing with you. I don't blame you there. Today's action, I mean, I think it's an in and out kind of day. I mean, 5, 10 points. Get what you can get and get out. I'm not trying to hold too long there. But I do think this thing can move back down here into the 38 area. It's got about 2.5 minutes on this first opening range break. So let's think about what the opening range break gave us this week so far. Monday was a loser, 15 points. Tuesday was a winner, 38 points. So currently up, 25 points, 23 points? Yeah, just taking scalps. I mean, that's me today for sure. I'm not even messing around with this, trying to hold something. So we're up 23 points on the week on the 15-minute break strategy. So I'm going to mark out the high and the low here. I don't really think that this thing is going to make a newer high or low before this 15-minute range closes. It could, but I don't think it will. So like I said, on this short, I kind of think 38, that's kind of that area there, that fair value gap, if you will, from open. Maybe it wants to get back into that area. Obviously, I didn't take this short. Holding up there at the 50s. Don't love that. Don't see any green on the WADA yet, though. No green on the WADA means it's fine, right? You just stay in it. Still above the dead man there. No, actually, let me move this because the dead man is a little further up. There comes the sellers. Got to get through the 50 strong here. You see the 38s. ES at the 05s. VWAP on the ES down there at the 0150. Just about a minute left on this 15-minute setup. Let's think about this. What way do we think, what side would we want it to take? Bottom or top there? Which one makes more sense? Probably to the downside, right? You got this liquidity down here. The O2s, a little more down here at the 84s. So maybe it wants to run that liquidity to the downside next. Who really knows? Oh, wait. I'm like messing up today. I'm on the wrong chart. So this is for the 15-minute break. Wouldn't surprise me if I end up taking the trade on the wrong chart. All right, this is the 15-minute. Let's change this back to 1 because I trade 2 on the 15-minute breakout breakdown. All right, so it's in stone here. Those are our levels. So if you're new here, this mechanical strategy is we're simply going to take the breakout for the high or the low, whichever one it takes first. 2.5 to 1 risk to reward. So we're risking 15 handles for 38. We will lock in profit if we get 20 handles in the green, then we lock in 10. We get 30 handles in the green, we lock in 20. Once it hits 35 handles, we lock in 30. Then we either get 30 or 38. Those are the options. But we'll see what happens here. I usually just put the order on both sides and just see which one it takes first. That's probably what we'll do here. And then we'll cancel the other one. Kind of expecting it to take the downside. I think this liquidity down here. We also have the gap down here as well, right? So if we fill the gap, you can see that's where our take profit is. That would fill the gap to the downside as well. So we got the gap marked out there. But it's a mechanical strategy. I messed up yesterday by putting my 2 cents into the strategy on the 5-minute gap strategy. I thought there was no way that was going to be a winner. I was like, it's not even going to be a winner. I'm not going to take it. And you guys already know what happened. If you don't know, it was a winner. 62 points we missed out on. And it was stupid not to take it because it was only risking 31 handles. So risking 31 for 62. So I missed out on a $1,200 trade on my 5-minute gap strategy chart there, or the account that I'm taking that on. So we're getting some consolidation. I like the consolidation inside the 15-minute range. I've noticed that the more consolidation that we have inside that range, the higher probability of the trade actually working out, at least for some profit, there. So I actually prefer the consolidation. I don't want it to, I don't like it to enter me right away because then it's less of a probability of it working out. Not saying it can't, it's just less of a probability of it happening. So let's see what happens here. We do take this entry with 2 contracts on this account. We don't really worry about the drawdown all that much because we're risking 15 handles for 38. And typically, if we don't get 20 on that first push, then it's a loser anyway. So on that first push, we really want to see it get 20 handles. That way we can lock in something. ES is still trying to push here. Interesting. So ES has got kind of you got the same sort of structure here on the Nasdaq too, I guess, if we're looking at the low from the open. So kind of holding that low to low there. Got something very similar going on there on the ES. You actually could extend this. Ooh. Let's see here. Make kind of an adjustment there. So that's from that news, that low to low trend line. I mean, you can see this thing's just holding. Looking kind of bullish, actually, when you look at it from that perspective, right? Holding that low to low there. Once again, if you guys are new here and you haven't already, hit that like button. If you're not yet subscribed, you know what to do. Press that subscribe button for me. We're entering the day at 360 subscribers. I don't know if we've gained any yet, but statistically speaking, someone watching is not subscribed. 361. So I thank you to whoever did press the subscribe button. Thank you a lot. Didn't tell me, didn't give me a alert there, so I don't know who you are, but we do appreciate it. All right, still holding up here. Just getting some consolidation going here. It's kind of creating an idiot box, if you will. It's got a little idiot box going on here. We try to recognize the idiot box as quickly as we can here. So what would be the idea for a short? You want to see this thing push through, retest the trend line there, and then sell off. Problem I have with that is if it pushes through too far, it's going to tag me in, and then if it retests too high, it's going to tag me out. So, oh, thank you, Joel. Appreciate that. First time here, nice. Well, we do stream 5 days a week. I typically stream the London session. I didn't do it last night. I was streaming it every single night, and then had some health issues, had to stop for a little while, but we're getting back to it. We don't miss the New York session though. We hit the New York every day, rain or shine, sick or healthy, doesn't matter. All right, this is setting up for a short over here on the Nizarenko strategy too. So this is something I will take on that strategy if this red candle prints. We need a red candle to print over here. And I'll show you guys the Nizarenko here in a bit. We'll bring that over once we get done with these mechanicals. All right, looks like we might get tagged in here. I like the look of the WADA. We're above the dead man. The explosion line, we're above the explosion line with some volume here. All right, we're tagged in. I expect kind of a retest. So let's see, 23, we need to see 03 before we can move our stop. So we need to see 03 here before we can move the stop there. I do expect this to retest this trend line. We might get stopped out when it does that. But on a mechanical strategy, there's not much we can do. Not much we can do on a mechanical strategy. We're not moving the stop. Ideally, you'd want your stop kind of at the top of that candle there. So sellers need to come in here and get this thing going. This is a nice A leg down. Going to have a little B leg back up. We know that, but hopefully it doesn't come up too high. Looks like we're going to get stopped though, to me. That's what it looks like. Got to turn around right there, guy. No. Whew. Come on. There you go. So this is kind of the setup that I like, right? I mean, we're retesting that trend line. Unfortunately, the 15-minute breakout was a loser there today. So I'm watching the WADA here. If this sellers come back in, right here we will participate. So the idea for this ABC is reject that trend line, sellers come in, we take the short. Got about 6 minutes here for the 15-minute gap strategy before we'll start looking for that. See, I like this setup, but unfortunately, stop's not where it needed to be. I mean, I can't put it there. And I mean, it really would have been stopped anyway. I probably would have had it at the top of this candle anyway. Maybe that one. Probably 50 would make more sense there. All right, we're going to take the short here. So we can't get this pushed down. Need to see these sellers push on in here. This is the thing, like on a day like today, do I want to give this room? I don't know that I do. I don't love the look of the WAD. I'm trying to give it a second here. I did take the short a little before I was supposed to there. Trying to give it a second here. I mean, I think it's going to sell. I don't know how much heat I want to take on this trade, though, is the question. Don't know if I love it now. I might take this off. Breaks kind of above that 44 area, and then I'm just going to take it off. Jumped in there before the water really told me to there. Come on. Turn down, turn down. I feel like it wants to sell, but I can't take trades based on feel. If this gives me a chance to get out break even, I'm just going to take it off. Just taking it off right there, guys. That's one of the things I did not do yesterday. When he gave me a chance to get out break even, I didn't take it. Today we're taking it. Still made money on that trade, but not great. Up 215 on that account. Right there. If you did just join us, I did participate in the news this morning. This is the Topstep account that I took the news play on this morning. $1,500 in profit there. So we are starting the day in the green already. You see that account was down. We were $900 in drawdown on that account, so that got us the maximum that we can make in a day. So this thing's starting to push down now. The WAD is looking a little better. We're still right there at the dead man, which I don't love. So I wasn't in love with that entry. I took it before I should have. You guys know my rules. I took it. You really want to have one print above the explosion line, and then the second one should eclipse the first one. Second candle should eclipse the first candle. I did not wait for that confirmation and almost paid a little bit of a price there for it. Was lucky to kind of get out even there. So I don't love just taking the short. You may say, well, how come you just didn't take the short when you tested the trend line, right? And put your stop at the 57. That probably would make sense as far as risk to reward, but unfortunately, I like to see the confirmation over here on the WADA. We like to see confirmation there on the WADA. And also, I just realized I shorted as the ES approached the VWAP, which is just, I wasn't looking. And then I believe we are also at the VWAP there. Yeah. So that spiked down. I wasn't even looking at that. Wow, that's horrible. I don't like shorting into the VWAP at all. And we did just that. We shorted directly into the VWAP. So stupid. See, normally I've got my charts in different spots today. Probably should change that. Because normally I got those charts directly in front of my face, and now I have to look over to the right and up to see them. Because I have an extra chart. We have that cash account that we're trading today on the 5-minute gap strategy, so I have an extra chart up. So I had to kind of rearrange things a little bit. So anyways, coming into the 10 o'clock hour here, we're going to be looking for the 5-minute gap strategy now. So we are down. Let me show you guys that account that we took the 15-minute strategy on. So you can see that one's down 570. But we're still at total balance 156,986. So we're still only, what, $2,000 away. So one winner is $1,500. So we should get there. We might get there by the end of the week if we have a decent Thursday and Friday, but if we don't, then next week for sure we should probably get that account funded. That's a $150K APEX account. That one should be funded probably next week at some time. As long as everything kind of holds, right? So basing below the VWAP now. So you can see we kind of got back to our entry there on the 15-minute. I liked this setup for that 15-minute gap strategy. I would expect us to have moved down quicker. Really didn't even notice that we were trading right into the VWAP. Literally 323 is right. The VWAP's at 325. I mean, that's not a great setup. Oh, my goodness. All right. Pushing through now. Look at the sellers coming in there. Look at that. Right at 10 a.m. So I'm watching the 5-minute chart now. We're going to take that over here on both of these accounts. You know what? I'm curious. I think on a live account, can I use... I should be able to use an auto break even, right? I should be able to, I think. I think I can. So I'm going to... Do you guys know? On Trade-Evate, can't you use an auto break even? So pushing through there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the 5-minute. We're going to switch. Come on. I hate that it does that. Took everything off the screen. That's what I was saying. I like that setup there. You guys can see this thing's banging right now, but we're not in it. We are not in it. So here's the 5-minute chart that we're going to be using. For the gap strategy here. This is going to be on micros, 2 micros. You see this is a cash account. There's my, or live account. There's my account number. So the idea for this strategy, if you're new here, is it's going to be the first gap to form on the 5-minute chart after 10 a.m. That's the idea. And we're going to either take a short or a long based on that gap. So it's either going to be a bullish gap or a bearish gap. So if it's bullish, we take it long. If it's bearish, we take it short. We are using a strict 2-to-1 risk to reward. It's going to be a 3-candle setup. So just give you an example here. Just to give you an example if you're new here. So this is a gap. So you have a 3-candle setup, right? So you have candle 1 here, candle 2 in the middle, and candle 3 here. So if there's a gap between the low of candle 1 and the high of candle 3, that's the kind of gap we're looking for. So in this case, we would wait for price to come back up and touch the top of the gap there. Our entry would be right there at 56.50. Our stop would go at the high of candle 1 tick above the high of candle 1. Whatever the risk is, we're going to multiply that by 2, and that's our take profit. So that 15-minute gap strategy there is paying. I mean, this thing's moving down just as we expected it to. The O2s would have been where we would have locked in some profit at. Kind of approaching that area now. All right, still pushing down here, the 08s, 09. So if this gap forms here to the downside, then we will take it. We'll have to take the short entry there. So let's just think about this logically, right? We ran the buy side. Now we got the sell side down here at the 84s from that news this morning. So kind of in this area. The gap fill is down there at 73. Not 73. No, 78. low a day at 73. So you got some liquidity down here. You got the gap fill at 78. You got some liquidity there at 73. So depending upon, now this is a mechanical strategy, right? But I'm just trying to use some logic here. If this thing forms here, if it takes this area first before it tags us in, I'm not going to love it. Even if it doesn't take this area, but our take profit is way down there, I won't love that either. But now it's already trying to close this gap. So you can see that gap is now closed. Now on my regular chart, this would kind of be another entry, but I'm missing something. All right. So this pushback up and touching the VWAP there is another area of interest. I would like, you would kind of like to take a short there. Now, if you're looking for, on the 3-minute chart, we're kind of looking for that silver bullet setup, if you will. I would think that this thing would not get any higher than 33 here. 33, 5333 could be a short entry there if it pushes above the VWAP. I'm thinking we get up to that 333 seems reasonable. It may not get that high for this move on down. Let's see here. So I'm thinking if we hold below the VWAP here, we obviously sell back into that 300s. 333 is kind of the line in the sand there. I don't know that we'll make it there, but that's kind of the line in the sand. If I had to put an idea on a short here, I think we sell back down to the 300s. So I would kind of expect to sell back down here to the 300 area. All right, I am short, guys, from the 20. Stops in profit now, can't lose. Target 303. Stopped out there for 5 handles. I mean, I think this thing trades through the 300s, obviously. I just took that rejection of the VWAP there at 323, 324. Oh boy, I almost thought I took that on the wrong account. I didn't. Wouldn't shock me if I did, though. So we're up $300 on that account now. Like I said, just in and outs today, guys. I'm not holding for huge profits, even though that was a setup where I did not have to move the stop. I was comfortable with my stop being at the 33. I thought that was kind of the line in the sand. If I was thinking we might push to the 33, which is kind of the midway point of the of an order block there on the 3-minute chart. But we didn't get there. We didn't have to get there. We did have the you had the VWAP there, right? But I'm happy to just take my 5 points and be out. I don't want to be, So here on the 3-minute chart, I'll show you guys. This is kind of what I was looking at. You got this order block here. It does have a big wick on the bottom of it, so technically. But that's kind of the midway point, that 330 area. So if price just stays below that, it's a decent short entry. You also have the VWAP there as well. Got a small gap up here, but I would not expect price to make it that high. So obviously, if it holds below the VWAP there, then that's looking all right. That's kind of what I was looking at on that short. And again, I might have held that short a little longer, but not today. In and out. Quickness. Take your profits. I'm not trying to get stuck in something. And then, so as long as it holds below kind of that 33, to me, that's kind of the line in the sand. If a candle, it can wick above it. Top of the order block's at 43. It can wick above it, but you don't want to see a candle kind of close above that area. You want it to stay below there. So the ES looking much weaker here. It's below the Nasdaq and selling off. This still looks like a good short entry to me. I think this thing sells down here, back down into this lows in the 80s. ES back to the 98s off the 02s. Nasdaq still trying to push. ES probably going to bring the Nasdaq down with it. I would think. Nasdaq looking a little stronger here. See who's going to win the battle. Will it be the ES or will it be the Nasdaq? If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. If you're not yet subscribed, do what Joel did and press that subscribe button. Helps the channel. We appreciate it. So the Nasdaq's kind of at that 30 area right now. You guys can see 20 SMA there. You don't want to see a candle kind of close above here. You want it to just kind of reject and start selling. ES looking much, much weaker. I mean, very, very weak here. Nasdaq retesting the VWAP here, as you guys can see there. Selling back down. I'm not in this, but this would have been a decent spot for a short entry right there at the 30 when we pushed up and tested at 30. Target could be all the way down at the 84s. I would think that would be a fine area. Might get a little resistance there at the whole number, but Mancini says support is down there at the 88s. On the ES, so you got a ways to go. We're at 96 right now. So no gap on the 5-minute chart. To be honest with you guys, if we don't get a gap today, I'm not going to be mad about it. So if you don't get a gap form between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m., you don't take a trade. So it's one of those days where it's like, you know, you don't know if it's going to work, right? Well, you don't know any of the days, but I try to use common sense sometimes and say, does it make sense for it to work? Does this area make sense for us to be able to get X number of points? And a lot of times, like yesterday, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm like, there's no way that works. And then it worked. So you can see right off that 30, if you took the short there at the 30, that kind of order block there, you're up about 15 points there if you did that, if you did take it. It's a decent idea. We are just kind of idiot boxing, though, to be honest. It's not making a move. I mean, we're just kind of hanging out in this range. I mean, we can really, since this morning, that one little breakout, we traded right back into this little choppy range. That's where we were at earlier today. Got a whole lot of consolidation. I mean, a lot of movement really from that London session. So once again, if you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me, subscribe. Price is trying to move down here, test these 300s. Hopefully you guys are short and just taking all the profits here. I'm not. I haven't been paying attention to the Rinko strategy over here, though. I need to start looking at that. We are going to follow the rules on that 100%. So let's start looking at the Rinkos. Probably a little late to it, but that's okay. If you guys are interested in trading futures, do have the link to APEX down below. 71% off right now. 80% off Bulenox and 60% off Topstep there. If you're new to Topstep, use my link. You can get an additional 20% off your first evaluation, and your first reset will only be half price. $25 on the first reset, $39 for the first evaluation using my link if you are new to Topstep. So we tested the 300 there. So your first target kind of would have been the O2s. So got the O2s. Joel, you're short from 15,370. Nice. That's a good entry. Let me look. 370. So you just saw the reversal coming in. Zoom out here. Well, we did test that pivot up there at the 78. Once it rejected, a little push back up on a retest. Volume looking good there on the sell down. It's a good job. Nice trade. Make these a little larger. Look like we have more volume than we actually do. So no gap formed yet. Just kind of waiting. Let's see. Possible setup here short. Well, it's not really because we're into the whole number. I can't take it into the whole number. That's against the rules. Against the rules. Not going to do it. I was trying to look at the 1 minute chart here. There was a nice short setup on the 1 minute chart as well. You would have got short at 320. I don't know how nice it would have been, but that really, you got an order block up at 38. Well, all the way to 38. Yeah, that would have been a decent entry. Still think that push back up into the 30 was the best entry there. That kind of wick up right there. Well, not better than 70 that Joel got, but if you're looking for that silver bullet setup, that's kind of what you're looking at. 1 minute chart shows it a little bit easier to read. And also, if you guys are interested in a tumbler, hey, link in the description for the tumbler. Here's the tumblers. I mean, you know, most of you guys are guys, so you don't have, I don't know what your level of interest is in kind of a tumbler. You like The Walking Dead? She did a Walking Dead one. She can make custom ones. Hopefully this clown doesn't scare too many of you. The mean, I don't know what these are. What are those? What are these called? Care Bears. I don't know. Care Bears. Potty mouth Care Bears. Even if you don't purchase one, go follow her on TikTok. I have a TikTok as well. I rarely ever post. It's the same as my name here, Methodical Man. I also have a Instagram as well. If you guys want to follow me there. I don't really post much, but probably will get into posting more as time goes on. So we're just waiting here for the 5-minute gap to form. There is no gap as of yet. So we are just waiting. Just kind of chopping around here. This thing is just not, I mean, it really is not doing anything. My dog is awfully quiet. Is he in here? Where's he at? I don't think he's in here. Well, some buyers stepping up there. You can see there on the WADA. Pushing, retesting the VWAP here. ES pushing back up. So we did bounce hard off that 300 number there. But still, same thing here. I would kind of expect this thing to hold below that order block there. Top of the order block, 43. I would expect any candle to not close above 30, 31. It's kind of what I would expect if the order block is going to be respected. Now, it doesn't always, doesn't always work that way, right? It's already offered 30 points off the order block, 31 down to the whole number at 300. So on that silver bullet, that's typically what you get, 30 points, maybe 40 at the most. So this might not hold this order block. We'll see. We will see. I would expect it to kind of hold here, but it might not. Just offering a second entry on the short, possibly. And there it is, rejecting that 31 area, not getting through there just yet. And we did have some liquidity that it ran down at the O2s from 8:45 this morning. So we kind of zoom, well, we don't even have to zoom out. We can just kind of look right here. So it did run this liquidity. Doesn't have to get all the way down here, just have to run some liquidity. So there is going to be some stops, some sells, some orders resting here. So it did run that. So that might be all it needs. It might push back up. We'll see. If it did break the order block, your next area of interest is kind of right there. I don't think it's going to break the order block, though. I think it's going to hold. But don't take too much merit in that, because what I think is not, doesn't always work like anything. So far, it's holding that order block, though. So far, it's trying to hold it in place. So the ES kind of pushed right back up there into the 97 area, now turning back down a bit. Well, maybe it's pushing now. All right, retesting this order block and see what happens. Got about a minute left on this candle. May not hold it this time. I would expect it to, but, once again, what do I know? What do I know? I don't think I have enough nerve to take the short again. We are just kind of idiot boxing here as well. So kind of trying to break out the top of that box. Reject in here. Get back below that VWAP. We certainly see the 300s again probably. You see the wicks on the 1 minute chart there. If you're looking at the 1 minute chart, wicks on the top of those candles showing weakness. Unable to push up. It's going to give it one more go at it here, or is it just going to lose the VWAP here? I mean, technically speaking, on the 1 minute chart, we have a shift in structure back to the upside. We pulled back into this gap. I don't love taking these on the 1 minute chart. We did run that liquidity down below. But this, I'm just looking at this. You can make an argument in both directions right here. So we kind of switch over to the 1 minute here. You can see here's the swing high. So we ran the swing, we ran this low. We did make a new high here above this swing high. So it's a market structure shift to the upside. It did leave a gap right here. Price traded back into it, 321. See, the only problem is you got the order block. So, like, to me, you know, that's this entire area. That's the order block area. You don't want to see a candle. Like I said, it can wick above it. It just can't. You don't want to see a candle close above the halfway point. So the body of the candle needs to respect the halfway point there. So that's kind of the problem here. You can make an argument in both directions, right? You can say, oh, this looks like a long on the 1 minute chart. Well, I really like to use this on the 3 minute chart. That's the one I like to watch. So on the 3 minute chart, we actually have the similar setup. This is your swing high. Did we break it? We ran a low. We broke the structure from this swing high and this little swing high. We did leave a gap here, smaller gap that's there. So you still also have the order block there as well. But like I said, you can kind of make an argument in both directions, and that's one of the things I do hate about those kind of strategies. When it's not clear in one direction or the other, but to me it still looks like a short. I tend to take what I'm looking at, you know, I like to take my original assessment. So even though we ran that liquidity there at the 300s, I still think it wants the 84s, maybe even the 73s. It's more significant. Well, that's the thing. You can like make an argument, right, for in both directions. A lot of times, that's what makes trading so hard. It's like you can make an argument in both directions, and you can be wrong in both directions. So over here on the Ninja Rinko, I'm going to put my order for a short here. So we'll be taking a short at 313. We're looking for 5 handles on the first set of contracts and 10 handles on the second. Now we have no gap. I was about to say, yeah, we do. I need to be on the 5 minute chart. So there's no gap to speak of yet for this 5 minute gap strategy. If one doesn't form by 11 a.m., then that just means there's no trade on the 5 minute gap strategy today. All right, see if we get tagged in here on this short at 313.50. First target will be 308.50. Second target will be 303.50. Let's see if we get tagged in here. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Once again, trying to push our way into the 1,000 subscribers. All right, so we're tagged in short here, 313.50. Stop at the 23.50. First target, 08.50. Let's see what happens. So far, not looking too swift. Dun, 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 dun. We got nothing else going on, so we'll watch this one. Might be a loser. And this isn't the time of day where I don't think I'm supposed to even be taking trades. 10:30, no, I guess 10:30 to 11:15, so it's right there on it. Right there at it. Slide this over a little more so we can kind of see what's going on with the WADA. Nothing. I mean, look at that. Jason Floyd, short 398, stop loss at break even. You're short on the ES over there, Jason? Or, yeah, because we didn't reach 398 yet. I mean, you got the open down there at 92. You should be able to get that pushed down, maybe into that 90 area. All right. Why in the world did that stop move? Do you guys see that stop? That stop, was it supposed to move at 20 ticks? So to take profit is at 20 ticks on the first 7. Why did we not get filled? That's weird. That was a weird sequence. All right, so that was a winner. That was a weird sequence there. We got stopped out for, I think, a small loss on the contract that's supposed to be a trailer. So it's supposed to come in at break even on the 20 ticks. So what's your target there, Jason? I mean, 92 seems reasonable to me. That fills the gap on the ES there, 92. Give me the burr. That's what Laura said. Give me the money printer. I know what the burr is now. All right, let's see what Mancini said. He just tweeted again. He says, after a range-bound chop, we continue to range-bound chop in the ES as expected after 3 straight trend days. 93 to 18 remains chop zone and ES agrees glued to this support all day. Testing again, weaker now. ES wants to see a push out of here within the half hour. 93.88 fails. We start to sell back to 77. So Mancini says he expects a push in the next half hour or this thing's going to sell off. So you might get stopped here, Jason. Kind of pushing. Didn't quite get to that 92. Hit 93, looks like. Yeah, you hit 92.75. You might get stopped. The Nasdaq retesting the VWAP here. Might turn back down. ES got a ways to go to get to that VWAP. VWAP on the ES up at the 4401s, 02 area. I guess that's the 01. All right, turning back down. I mean, this looks like an ABC setup to the downside here for sure, but that's what it looks like. Still. I mean, I kind of think we take these lows down here, 85s, maybe even 73. I think we take these, but may not. We are in the green, so if you guys are sitting there wondering why I'm not taking trades, I'm not pushing my luck here, right? I'm just not. OBS Studio disconnected, reconnected. Oh, goodness. You guys might have got a little disconnection there for a moment. I think we're okay, though. Yeah, we're good. So retesting the VWAP here, pushing the 27s. Once again, we got that order block there. So this thing offered 2 entries off that order block. You could have gotten short at the 31, 32 area twice, taking profit down at the 300 area. 2 30-point winners there. That order block is going to be a little weaker now. It's been tested a couple of times here. See if it holds below it or not. ES up to the 97 there. Jason, if you're not following Mancini on Twitter, he gives out all the information on the ES there, and it's free, and he has great information. I don't even trade the ES really. Sometimes I'll take a trade on it, and I still follow his information, just kind of pair it with what's happening on the Nasdaq. It might be too much information at times, but apparently I purchased something from the PlayStation Store today. What is this? Certainly it wasn't me. Probably my son. Let's see what he got. $3.99. Mortal Kombat. Add-on expansion pack. I used his card, so it wasn't mine. There we go. Always curious when he buys stuff. Retesting the order block once again here, guys. ES up to the 97.75, pulling back a little bit. Like I said, it's kind of a line in the sand here. Still holding that order block. That order block is still holding up. Yeah, I'll show you Mancini here. Jason. This is his Twitter. Adam Mancini 4. And, yeah, this is me. Methodical Man. We don't post a lot. We post some. But give me a follow. Look at this cool looking dude. Don't hate on the Georgia hat there now, guys. I'm not wearing it for the stream, you see. I just try to be neutral. All right, the order block is holding once again. I mean, this thing just looks like it wants to sell to me. Just this price action's just been awful this last, what? Since we had that spike down there at 950. We traded into this range and we were just stuck there. Got an idiot box right here. I'm trying to. So right here's just our idiot box. You can trade it, right? You can short the top, buy the bottom. It'll burn you eventually, but you could do it. I mean, this is the 5-minute chart. You can see an idiot box on the 5-minute chart, then you know price action's just awful. There's nothing doing today. I feel like it's not going to be a trade today on the 5-minute chart, which, like I said, I'm completely okay with. Today is the first day I would be taking the entry on the live account anyway. Rather have a no trade day than have something that has a high probability of not working out. So I hear the dog in there whining. Who knows what he's doing? So are we going to retest the 300 again? Kind of looking like it might. So the WADA, the explosion line's below the dead man right now. Yeah, volume's horrible, Predator. And you guys know, like, per my rules, we're not supposed to take a trade if the explosion line's below the dead man. The blue line is the dead man here. If you guys are new here and you don't know what that is, this is the WADA. The explosion line is the orange line here that follows price. Kind of hard to see. I want to change it to a different color. I haven't figured out how yet. I'm sure somebody knows how. Anyways, so you want to see the explosion line above the dead man, and then you want to see price above the explosion line, and you want to see it kind of build. Once it starts to trail off and it gets back below the explosion line, you cover your trade. So if you go back and look, this is the 10-second chart here. You can kind of see how price, once we're above the dead man and above the explosion line, how this gives you a nice idea as to what price is going to do. Been kind of choppy, obviously, the last bit, but it's just kind of an idea there. And we got volume coming in here. Oh, we're getting through the order block now. Getting through the order block. That's what Mancini said. This thing's got to go in the next 30 minutes. David said this market sucks today. You're not lying. Well, that's why I took what I could this morning, first thing early, and then called it a day on those for the most part. Still take a trade if it makes sense. So in order for this thing to close out the order block there, you got to close above 43, and you want to see the body of this candle close above that 31, 32 area, kind of where I got that line right there. We'll take the idiot box off since we're kind of pushing out of it. So as of right now, it is creating a gap here, right? If this thing continues to push, so there's a small gap here if it continues to push, but obviously it's pulling back. I don't think it closed the gap yet. But you can see this closed above that area, so that order block's invalid now. So now you want it to retest kind of that top of the idiot box. Retest and then continue if it's going to go. And you're going to watch the WADA over here. We want to see this pullback. So we're getting the pullback. Explosion line above the dead man. We want to see buyers come in above the explosion line and push this thing higher. So do we participate here? Maybe. We do participate on the Nenzarenko. Same type of setup over there. So we got our order long on the Nenzarenko at 39.75. 39.75 is the long area on the Nenzarenko. First target 44.75, second target 49.75. The majority of the size will come off at 5 handles. All right, now we got the red. Their background's printed red, so the background's printed red, so that would be a no trade. So now we have to wait for the next setup there. ES testing, or not the ES, Nasdaq testing the VWAP there. ES still basing below the VWAP. Nasdaq looking a little stronger here. Just a little stronger. Now you want to see it make it stick, right? We got to make that VWAP stick here. We do have the FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock today. That's why we got that double whammy today. Holding the VWAP here. This thing's pushing. Oh, man, watching the WADA, though. I'm not going to take it. I wanted to take this long. If the volume comes in on the WADA, we'll probably take it. So that next area of interest is up there at the 58s on the Nasdaq. I don't know if you got stopped out there, Jason, or not. It looks like it ticked to the 98. Didn't push through it, though. That would kind of suck if it stopped you out at the 98 and then pulled back to the 92s there. So I was kind of watching here. If this volume does come in here, we will take a long. Let's make sure we're on the right account. Although that explosion line's kind of tilted down, and it's close to the dead man. I don't love that. That might have just been running stops right there, guys. That might have been a stop run for this move lower. Let's think about where stops are going to rest at. They're going to be right above the top of that order block. 43.75 is the top of the order block. It pushed up to 44. You close small profit. Small profit's better than loss. 5 days a week. It's better 5 days a week. I think it just ran those stops, guys. It ran the top of that order block and now selling off. Bouncing off the VWAP now, we see some volume coming in. All right, hold on. Got that lightsaber to the upside, trying to sucker in some longs right there. Let's wait for confirmation. Let's wait for confirmation. We are below the dead man here, so technically speaking, not really should be something that we're going to take. Do have a setup on the Ninja Rinko here, but right here at the VWAP, so that's not something we'll take either. See, this is where the WADA keeps you out of some trades. You can see that bounce off the VWAP there. If you just took the long off the VWAP at 22, yeah, it did give you 10 points, but you know, now it's selling. All right, pulling back now. See, this is this is what makes trading hard, right? We would have had our stop at the top of that order block too, and now this thing's just selling off, just dumping. So I would have ran our stop there. Now, to be fair, it did offer 30 points twice before it failed on the order block. So realistically, you should have been short. You should have taken your profits there on those first two plays. Taking a third test of it's not really ideal, right? So what's the idea here for a short? Well, you probably want to see it retest the VWAP there. Then maybe you could take the short again. Now it's testing that 92. Filled the gap there on the ES. Gap is filled on the ES. So can it make it to the 88? Did you jump back in, Jason, on that push up? Would have been kind of scary to do. But the ES never made it to the VWAP. Oh, look at this. Sellers coming in here. Man, I kind of want to take it. I want to take it. I want to. Watching the WADA here. If we do take it, it'll be for just a scalpy. I like to see it building, and now that's not building. This just like went away. Come back, probably going to go away. So it's not building enough probably for me to participate, especially trading into the... Now that looks better, obviously, but we're trading into the whole number here, the O2s. We've double bottomed down here at the 300 twice and bounced out of there, so that's why you got to be careful. Let's check on old Nutty here. Is he taking any trades? No. He has taken no trades. So if you just joined us, we'll go over kind of what we've done here so far today. We've been very conservative. We did trade the news this morning. I took a short on this news play and made $1,500 on Topstep account. Got that account back in the green. You see the balance there. We were in drawdown. And then we did take a loser. We are up on the account that we're trading manually. We're up $300. Nothing crazy. And then the other one, the 15-minute breakout was a loser today, $570, 2 contracts. And I think that's all we've taken today, right? Yeah, we haven't taken any other trades at all. Well, the Ninja Rinko. We took some trades on the Ninja Rinko, but I don't even have the P&L pulled up for that. Let's see. So on that first trade, we made, let's see, 6. I'm trying to do the math on it. It was like $600. Back above the VWAP now. Look at this thing. Chop fest. I mean, it's still hanging out in this range, right? It's trying to test it. It extended the range up here a bit, but look at this thing. Bounced right back off the 300s again. Made it to the 04s. So days like today, you don't have follow through, right? There's no follow through. Your ABCs, you'll get an A leg, a B leg, but then the C leg will never come. I only trade the C leg, the B to C. That's all I trade. So you'll get an A, you'll get a B, but then the C will never come, or there won't be much follow through on it. So we will have a long setup here if this purple bar prints on the Rincos. So we will take a long at 31.75 if we need a 6-handle pullback. Oh, didn't get it. Just blasted on through there. Once we get to 11 a.m., I'll pull this Ninja Rinco over here if we don't get any entries on the 5-minute. I mean, this is another opportunity for a gap to form here. So Mancini said in the next 30 minutes we should get a push. What's happening? Here comes the push. Testing 99s there on the ES. Testing 99s. 4,400 is the whole number as well as the VWAP on the ES. So what's the next area of interest for us? We already got this gap marked out here, right? 57. So are we going to get a gap form here, or is this thing going to pull back down and close this gap? This push-up is nice. I mean, look at this. This is nice. So testing that gap there. See if it holds that gap or not. Doesn't look like it. So it looks like we are going to get a 5-minute gap to form here, guys. It's probably going to be to the upside. I don't mind it. ES testing the VWAP there at the 4,400s, pushed into the 02s, pulling back now. Let's see if we get a long here. Let's see if we get a long entry on the Rincos. Need a little 4 or 5 handle pullback here. Just need a 4 or 5 handle pullback, and then we can take the long on the Rincos. Oh, come on. I hate that it does that. All right, so we're going to take the long at 62.25. First target 67.25 here on the Ninja Rinco. Second target 72.25. Stop will be at 52.25. So let's see if we get tagged in here on this. Now, this isn't a time of day where we're not really supposed to take these, but this looks like this bullish move up looks different, right? Looks different than price action that we've been having. So to me, I think it makes sense to take this entry here. Less than 1 minute on this 5-minute candle, and then we're going to need the next candle to not close the gap. So we are long, just got wicked in right there. So stop is at the 52.25. See if the buyers come in here and push this thing higher. So this will be your nice A leg up here, guys. That's your A leg up. And then you want to wait. We want to keep the explosion line above the dead man. And we want to see the bullish volume come back in. and explode this thing higher. If it's going to go. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Leave a comment. Or not leave a comment. Feel free to chat down below. Keep us entertained. We appreciate it. Still at 361. Joel's the only one that's subscribed today. Come on, guys. Join in on the party if you're watching and you're not subscribed. It's got to be a couple of you in here. So let's see if this gap stays open. We can go ahead and mark it out. It might. I don't know that it will, but we'll see. If it does, we take it. Dims are the rules. So as of right now, this is the gap. We would get long at 350, stop at 304. So that's 46 handles. So let's do some quick math right quick and see. I mean, this could change a little bit, but we're going to do a little quick math. 46 times 2, 92. 92 times 4. So that'd be 368 ticks on the tick profit. Stop loss at 184. 368 times 0.75. 276 would be your profit trigger. And then the offset would be 184. So that's what it would be here. We'll see if that works out. Obviously, if it pulls back even more here, then it'll close that gap a little more. I mean, I'm okay with where it is right now. Feel okay about it. Got just about 2.5 minutes left on this 5-minute candle here, so let's see if it closes. It's not giving us that B to C yet. You can see there on the WADA. I am still long over here. Almost got stopped out there. It was like 2 ticks from stopping us out. I'm not even watching that over there to see what's going on. I'm over here paying attention to this. 5 minutes. This is what I was talking about, though, how this thing is like, it's not really been giving you the B to C's like you would think it would. Looks like it might want to retest the 50. It might close the gap a little bit here, make it a bit smaller. Just about 1 minute and 10, 15 seconds left on this 5-minute candle. Less than a minute. I'm just kind of holding up here. I don't like when it stays like right there at the entry. I mean, give me a little space here so I got time to put my order on there and stuff. I don't like putting my order on like with 20, 30 seconds to go and it being so close to it. Give a little bit of room here. $30 seconds. All right, we got about 15 seconds here. Let's see. All right, I think at this point it's probably safe to put it on there. So where would the take profit be at? 87.50. Is that right? That don't seem right to me. That's 46. Nope. That's definitely not right. Do I need to change this thing? Let's just take this off. All right, let's see where the stop is. So 04, that's what is that? 46. So 92. So what is 92? It's 50 plus 40. Yeah, that's right. All right, so 442.25. All right. 0404. All right, something like this. And then 42 handles. So let's see what it would be. Make sure my math is right. 350 minus 350 minus 46 times 2, 92. So that's right. Times 0.75, 69. So 350 plus 69. Trying to do the math here, guys. I'm horrible at math. So anyways, so at 419. So we get to 419, then we lock in. $81. So we get to 419, we lock in 81. That should be, is that right? That doesn't sound right. No, that's not right. Why am I so bad at math, guys? 46. So 96. There we go. Yeah, that should be right. All right, so that's so if we reach 19, then we lock in a 1-to-1. That's 1.75 to 1. But we have to be tagged in first, right? We're not tagged in yet. So also taking this on the Topstep account off stream here. Did get filled, by the way, guys, over there on that long on the Ninzarinkos. We got filled for, let's see. We got filled for full profit on the majority of it, and then we got stopped out for, I don't know, a couple handles on the runner. So I made another $500-something there. Getting a call. I don't recognize this number. Hold on one second. Scammer. No wonder we don't recognize the number. All right, are we going to get tagged in here, guys, or what? Are we going to get tagged in or what? The VWAP, approaching the VWAP here on the ES, so 54s. So our tag in's 50 and a quarter here. 50 and a quarter is going to be the tag in. Let's see if we get tagged in here. or if she just goes without us. Listen, it formed the gap, so we want to be tagged in, right? It formed it on the 11 a.m. candle. The very last candle it could do it on. Well, actually, I'm wrong. 1050 candle. 1050 to 1055 candle there. Let's adjust this so it can be seen a little better there. This will be painful if this thing pulls back, doesn't tag us in, and then just blast off, right? Oh, look at that. Look at that water right there. Look at the water. Look at the water. Is the water going to build here or not? I took a scalpy there. What do we get? 68. We got long at 68. We took it at 71. Just a scalp. Just a scalp. Pulling back. I mean, are we going to get tagged in at the 50 or what? Come on. Don't tease me. Just give it to me. Tag me in. Let's see what happens. Either give me life or give me death. It's fine. One or the other. I think we get tagged in. I think it's a pretty solid chance we get tagged in here. So we did take that little scalp there. 340. Big money, guys, on that $40 winner. Hey, a winner is a winner, right? And I'm not copy. Come on. I hate it when it does that. Come on. I'm not copy trading my accounts today. Just because of what today is. So we're just trading a single account at a time there. Single account at a time. No copy trading today. It's so funny, like when you got an order on the book, right, and you want to get tagged in, you're like, come back and get me. And then you're like, go! Don't come back anymore. I just only wanted you to come back to the 50, tag me in, and then go to the 20. That's all we wanted. We didn't want you to do other than that. Nothing other than that. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know. It's just, it's not getting us tagged in just yet. So pushing without us right now. Came back to within 4 points of our tag in and just went without us so far. I don't know. All right, here we go. 87's inbound here. I mean, the WADA is finally starting to look a little better, but we do got the pivot right there at the 79. So you can see we're getting that push on the WADA there. We could probably take that off. All right, rejecting the pivot here on that first try. Let's see if it rejects it all the way back down to our, you know. We got a long entry over here, but we are at the pivot, so I'm not going to take it. Over here on the Renko. So kind of annoyed that we got the 5-minute gap now, because if it doesn't tag us in, it's just going to be painful to watch it. That push off that 89.90 area over the ES there is nice. Pushed up 20 points to the 0203. Actually, the 04s, 24 points. Pushing through here. Pushing. That push through the VWAP there, that pullback retest was a nice, it looked nice. I guess you could have taken that. We were kind of idiot boxing there, though. I want to see this thing reject that pivot, come back, tag us in. So the ES is pulling back below the VWAP here, which is a good sign for us. We might get tagged in here. So the ES is pulling back here. Going to need it to kind of retest that 94, 95 area maybe to get us to the 50. I don't know that we're going to get tagged in, though, to be honest with you guys. Don't know that we will. If we don't get tagged in on this pullback, then it's pretty much that we're not going to get tagged in. Because here's the thing. We got the FOMC at 2 o'clock. So it's like if we're not tagged in by really like 12:15, then I'm probably just going to take it off, because I'm not going to leave it on there for the minutes. I'm not going to leave it on for the minutes. Just doesn't make sense. If you guys are interested in trading futures, we got the link down below in the description for Topstep, APEX, and Bulenox. 71% off APEX, 60% off Topstep, 80% off Bulenox. Those do help the channel. Link in the description for that. Also, the coupon code is in the banner for the Apex sell there. So the ES back to the 97s here. I see that ES probably trading into the 95 before potentially pushing back up. Let's see here. You got an imbalance at the 94.50 area. So there it is, 94.50. It's retraced that imbalance. And are we going to get tagged in here? Oh, did this thing really just like one tick us? 51.50 and bounced out of there. I mean, I'm not going to manually enter it, but you see how close that came to tagging us in. And I think that was our opportunity to get tagged in there. If we don't get tagged in now, I don't think the ES is going to continue to sell here, but it could. So there is a short setup on the Ninzarinko. Actually, nope, we're into the 50. So that's not a setup. Let's take that off. We're into the 50, I forgot. All right, let's see if we get tagged in here. If the ES doesn't hold this order block, then I'm not going to love the long anyway. But let's just let it play out. It's mechanical. All right, we're in. We are in. We are in. Let's see what happens. So we got 2 micros here on the live account. So we're risking 46 points, 2 micros, whatever that is, $4 a point. It's like $160, $70 for a possible $320 winner. And then we're also long 1 micro or 1 mini on the Topstep account. 1 mini on the Topstep account, risking about $900. You're short again, Juker? No, Juker, what are you doing? To be honest, the way the ES is looking, short might be the play. But that's the way, that's the way it works, right? This mechanical strategy. So I've got my stop down at the 0350, so probably you'll take profit before then anyway. So the ES is down to 91 here. The support on the ES is at 88. So if it runs that area, kind of double bottoming right now. See if it runs that area and then bounces. So we'll see. It might stop us out before it runs that area, though. 341 with 75%. Stop loss at break even, 380. Nice. 341. Well, you can see the watt is looking nice to the downside there, right? It is looking nice. Rejected the pivot. Huge A leg down right here. We got to take the winners with the losers, though, right? We got to take the winners with the losers. It's just how it is. Although we did miss out on that winner yesterday, so it will kind of hurt if today's a loser quickly. ES bouncing off the 88 there. If that ES loses that 88, we're just going to sell here. ES has got to hold that 88. If it doesn't hold the 88, then we're certainly in trouble. We certainly will be in trouble on the trade. ES bounced right off the 88 there. It's, like I said, got to hold. Has to hold per Mancini. We lose 88. We see 77, I think he said. Yep, 77. So 88's got to hold. Bouncing off the 88 there back up to the 90. ES or Nasdaq bouncing off the VWAP there. Again, these are mechanical trades. I mean, it's not, it's not the end of the world if it's a loser. It's not complete. It's not a big deal, right? It's not going to kill us. Testing the VWAP there, trying to lose it. ES retesting the 88s once again. Are we going to hold the VWAP? That is the question. Are we going to hold the VWAP? Testing here. Trying to hold the VWAP. Some buyers trying to pop in here. Right back into that consolidation area from this morning. Yeah, still holding that 88 for now. Want to see those buyers come back through here and push this thing back up. Kind of need to hold the VWAP here on the Nasdaq if we're going to get to pushing. ES back up to the 90.50. Back up to the 90.50. If we lose this, if we lose the VWAP here, then most certainly the ES probably sells through the 88 and we just start selling. Pushing below the VWAP now. Buyer stepping in now. Is this thing going to hold and push here? Buy volume trying to push in here. Trying to push. I did take a, come on, stop me out, break even. I moved my stop there. I took that long off the VWAP. It came back and just got me. Came back and just got me. I wasn't confident enough to hold it. I moved the stop too quickly on it. Although the water looks good. But this could just be a little B leg back up. We haven't really been getting those full, the C legs though, kind of like I was telling you guys earlier. All right, pushing back up here. Pushed up into the 38s. ES held the 88 for now. It's been tested twice today now, so if it comes back and tests that 88 once again, I don't really expect it to hold a third time. So an exact double bottom on the ES at 88. Comes back and tests it a third time, probably gets through there. So we need to get this ES to push up into the 10s here. We're going to need a new high a day on the ES. Did not run the lows there. Like I said, by one tick, it left the liquidity there. Doesn't mean it has to come back and get it now. It could come back at any time and decide to take that. Or it could come back now. You never know. Joel says he's done for the day. It was a pleasure hanging out with you guys. I'll be back when I can. Yeah, no problem, Joel. Thanks for joining us. All right, let's see if this thing can get back above 50 here. Kind of be ideal. It's kind of a little pushback up here, but you gotta get going here if we're gonna go. You'd like this to close above 50 here if we can. Don't want this thing to turn back red. So is this thing going to give us a C leg down? Kind of what it's looking like. I'm not going to take this off, even though I feel like we're going to get stopped out here. I'm going to leave it on there. There she goes. Without me. I did take a short over here, and then I covered faster than I should, obviously. This looked like a clear ABC to the downside. It's tough not to take it. Tough not to take it. Let's see if we get this moved down into the 300s. Most likely we will. Let's see here. 305 area. Kind of holding up there. ES at the 91. You're out at 315. Nice. Yeah, I don't blame you there. Don't blame you. So we got the VWAP there at the 27. So I want to kind of see it hold below the VWAP here. I want to see the ES get through that 88 area. Got an order on the Renko chart over here at 16 to go short. It's giving me a short signal there on the Renkos. We're tagged in here. ES testing the 90. So we are short on the Ninja Renko chart over here. First target, the 11s. Second target, the 06. At 11, then we will, the second one will go to break even if we get to 11. We should. We're at 13 now. Give me 11. Just get me out of there at 11 the second. All right. Target filled there on the first one. We're at break even on the runner. It'll trail it down 20 handles behind, 20 ticks behind. I mean, not handles. Stopped out on the second one. So 5 handles there. 5 handles there. That puts that account. We're up $1,420 on that account today. We're still in this trade here. The 5-minute strategy. I actually forgot I was even in it. I just quit looking at it. I stopped looking at it. Yeah, I was kind of fading myself there, guys. But if you're looking at, the Rincos, if it's offering me a short opportunity, I have to take it, right? You're supposed to follow the rules. So, and also I did take a short over here on the other account. Just unfortunately got stopped out break even. I got in late. But we're up 360 on that account. I moved my stop to break even like 1 point into break even, and on that push back up right there, it got me. So we're up 360. And let's see here. Still long on the 5-minute strategy. You guys see there. Maybe this thing just puts in a higher low. ES never made it back. It put in a higher low also. Never made it back to the 88s. I mean, that's the best you can hope for. And maybe it'll push. It's kind of the best thing we can hope for. All right. Well, Juker says he's calling it a trading day. If anybody knows Juker, he'll be in another trade. Watch him. I'm kidding. Mostly. Now, this Nenzarenko's offering me another short here, but I don't think I'm going to take it. I mean, should I? I guess we are holding below the VWAP. I mean, we're supposed to take it, so we'll take it again. Be a similar setup. Would be short from 1450 this time. Well, the background just turned green, so if the background's green, well, 1 bar is green, so we can leave it on for 1 bar. So we are approaching the VWAP here. Let's see if we get tagged in. If one more green candle closes here, though, we'll take this off. Obviously, I care more about the live account than I do this Rinko over here. Because so if the Rinko loses, it just loses. Not going to worry about it too much. We prefer it to just go now if it's going to go. That'd be preference, but I don't know. The ES is at the 92. It's kind of bear flagging down here at the perceived bottom. We never call it the bottom because, it can go as low as it wants to go. So we don't call it the bottom. Could be the bottom. Might get tagged in here. Might get tagged in. Not yet. I actually prefer not to get tagged in. Like I said, let's get back above that 330 and get going here. Let's get back above the 330 and get to rolling. What time is it? 11:30. It feels like it's later than that. Don't know why, but it does. That price action yesterday afternoon was, oh my God, it was so boring. Very boring. Well, starting to push here, getting above the 20s. Not a whole lot of buy volume to speak of, though. All right. I mean, what do we do here? We've that's the thing about today. We have a couple of moves, and then I mean, look at this push up. We got this push up. We really didn't participate in that, and then we got this. I mean, we've had this a couple times today. Get out of the consolidation area. We trade right back into the consolidation area. I mean, we've done that this morning. I mean, look at that. Consolidation, news, trade back into the consolidation, open, back into the consolidation, push up, back into the consolidation. It's just, might get stopped out here. This looks like we're short over here on the Rincos. We just got tagged in. I wasn't even looking. I just heard order filled. So we are short on the Rincos, long on the 5-minute. Might get stopped here on the Ninja Rinco. Might get stopped. All right, let's see what happens here. Like I said, the ES kind of bear flag in there. It looks like it wants to take out that 88 area. I don't love the way it looks, to be honest. If it retests the 88 here, we probably get stopped anyway, to be honest. But we only need 2 winners per week for every 3 losers. Just 2 winners a week, you're almost guaranteed profit. It's the way it works. All right, it's about to test the lows here. Let's see what happens. ES pulling back into the 90. 0925. All right, we hit the first target there. This thing's trailing down. About to hit the second target at 0450. Stops at 0875 on that one. Stopped out at the 0875. So we are now up $2,085 on the Rinco strategy today. No losses. I think 5 entries, 0 losses so far. We have taken some drawdown, though, for sure. We've taken some drawdown. About to get stopped out here. I've seen this before, guys, where I've taken it off. I'm like, oh, let me save $20. Or it's been like a tick or two. It's came down closer than this. 1-2 ticks away from my stop, I took it off manually to save $10. As soon as I took it off price, whoop, right back up to my target. I kid you not, that's happened before. So it could still happen here. Until we're stopped, we're not stopped. It's like they say in poker, a chip in a chair. You're not out until you're out. So, but the 15-minute did fail earlier today. We were down 570 on that one. We're up 1500 on this account. We're up 360 on this account. So if we lose here, we will be down probably 190. What is it? 185, 190, something like that. And on the Topstep account, guys, full disclosure over here. I did not like the way this looked. So yesterday on the Topstep account, I did not take the winner because I didn't think there was a chance it was going to be a winner, and it was a 62-point winner. I did take $250 in winner yesterday. I did take a manual trade and got $250. So today I didn't like the way this looked, and so I took it off early. You can see I took this off. Once it pushed back up and failed to hold the VWAP there, I took it off for $400 loss. Yes, that is breaking the rules, but I'm going to insert my discretion sometimes. So yesterday we cost ourselves a winner. Today we kind of saved. So we're only down net 150 between the 2 days. Yesterday was a 62-point winner. Today would have been a 46-point loser. So that's a net 16 points. So we did. We're still costed. We costed ourselves. We saved ourselves some of the loss today, which I guess is what I'm trying to say, and that makes up for missing out on some of that winner yesterday. So you guys can see this is my cash account here, whatever you want to call it. It's a live account. So now $3,797. We started with $3,988. So down 190 today on this account. We're only going to take that 5-minute gap strategy here. That's all we're going to take. 2 micros. So starting off the account with a loser. I mean, it sucks, but it is what it is. I'm not, based on the back testing and the forward testing, I'm not concerned with it. So down 190 there, down 400 here, up 360 here, up 1500 there. So it's, what is it? I don't even know. It's about an even day, maybe a little bit of a loser. What is that? 600, 1200. Yeah. So we're down 12, but we're up 360, 1500. So yeah, we're up a few thousand total. ES back to the 88s here. I think we're going to sell, guys. I really do. Explosion line is below the dead man. Is it? Oh, what happened there? Oops. What in the world did I do there? Oh. What in the world? What am I doing? I have no idea what I did there. Okay, that's yeah, that's a new one. What in the world is this thing doing? This thing's huge. How do I take? I don't know how I fix that. It's like an overlay or something. Okay, I don't know. I don't know how I fix this. I'm not sure. Wow. Well, I can see the volume here really clear. I don't know how to fix this. I have no idea. Let's try refresh. There we go. Where's the little oh, there it is. There we go. We fixed it. We are a genius. We fixed it. All right, let's look at the Ninzarenko here. Ninzarenko, no entry here. I'm going to pull the Ninzarenko strategy over here because we'll be using that there for the rest of the day. Do I even need this chart up anymore? Not really. I can just close it. All right, there we go. So here's the Ninzarenko chart that we're talking about. So let's talk about the idea of the setups here. So we have these blue lines that you can see on the outside here of price. Now, if those blue lines are pointed up, like right now, they're sort of pointed up, we would be looking for a long. So for example, right here, if the red, so we'd be looking for a purple pullback bar and then the red bar, one red bar to print. The background needs to stay green. We would place our order at the top of the purple bar's body. So at the top of the purple bar body, we'd place it there if the red candle prints. So if the red candle prints, we place the long at the top of the purple bar's body. And we'll be looking for 20 ticks on the first 6 contracts, 40 ticks on the runner. The runner will go to break even once we hit 20 ticks. If the red bar does not print, we do not put the order on the book. So it stays pending until that red bar prints. So we need the red bar to print, and then we can put the order on the book here. So obviously, if that red bar doesn't print, we just take the order off. Take the order off if this bar prints green, then we take it off. We want it to print red for our entry. Really, you want this trend line to be a little more tilted up. It's not really tilted up that far right here. So this might be a loser. That's fine if it is. So we want to see this red one print red. Background stay green, and then that would offer us our entry. So just trying to watch it here. If it closes green, then we take it off. If it closes red, we put it on. And the idea is if the background stays green and it prints another green bar, then we'd be tagged in, and we only need one full bar beyond that to print to give us our profit on the first 6 and go break even on the last one. The risk to reward on this strategy is still skewed. I've tried this with a 5 handle stop, and it's just not enough room, right? It's not enough room. Not enough room. So I don't really got the risk to reward where it needs to be on this strategy yet. Now, one thing I have noticed is if you follow the rules, you're really taking like one loser a day, maybe two, if you're following the rules to a T. So, for example, on this entry here, I don't love it, right? Because the trend is not pointing up like super strong here. But that's what we're looking for on this particular strategy. So there you go. It printed green, so we're not going to take it, which is probably a good thing. Probably a good thing there that we didn't get tagged in. I mean, even though if it would have printed red, it looks like it would have been. So what, we would have got long at the 1475. It pushed up to the 2025, 2050. So one tick. No, wait. No, that would have been 5 handles. So that would have paid there, but the thing is, you want to see the trend. You want to see it up a little more after we kind of had that move down there. You can see how this thing's turned up much more now, much more of a distance up. So now that if we had a pullback, we could actually take it and feel comfortable about it. If we had a pullback bar. This is the 20 by 5 Ninzarinko bars. What we have on here, if you guys are interested in knowing, we'll show you. The only thing you need on here for this strategy is the reversal bar, the brick counter, the pivots, and then the 9 EMA cloud. Really, that's all you need. The EMA cloud is what's in the background. The reversal bar is the purple bar. The brick counter is the simple, it's counting the number of bars. And that's it. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. If you're not yet subscribed, if you're watching and you're not subscribed, come on, man, do me a favor. Hit that subscribe button. It helps the channel. We do appreciate it. So you can see we are above the explosion line there and above the dead. The explosion line is above the dead man. Volume's above the explosion line for that push up there. So if we get a little pullback here, this will be an entry. Again, we want to see this bar print purple, and then we want to see a red bar right next to it. Once we get that, we put the order on the book. So we just got it pending right now. It's not live. We put it on the book once we get those two things happen. And then we just see what happens. All right, now we need that red candle to print. It needs to print. If it doesn't print, we don't put it on. And if the print's green, then obviously it's just not valid. So pull back, give us an entry. I want it to print here. Give us an entry, even if it's a loser, I don't care. Let's get a trade on. Let's get a trade on here. Why does that still say 90% off? That is supposed to say, I changed it once already. I don't know, I have to change it again, I guess. Come on, print red so we can go ahead and throw this on there. I don't want to break the rules. I want to follow the rules here, but we just need a few more ticks for it to print red. Print red. I want to just put it. All right, there we go. Finally. Now, as long as the background stays green here, then the order would stay on. Even if it turns red by 1 bar, I'll leave it on there. But 2 bars, we take it off. So if 1 more bar prints, it'll turn red. So if 2 more bars print, the order's invalid. The trade is invalid. At that point, we take it off. That's kind of the idea there. ES is pulling back a bit here, pushed up into that 96 area. So let's see if we got any new subscribers while we wait on this thing to kill us or not. All right, 362. Someone subscribed. Don't know who it was, but we appreciate it. All right, let's see what happens here. You can see that red there, right? A little red on the background. So if this next one prints red, we take it off. If it prints green and starts pushing, then we leave it on, still valid. Feel like it's probably going to print red, though. So now we just take it off. Not valid any longer. So you can see the trend's still pointing up here, but I'm starting to get pretty hungry. What time is it? Okay, this is almost lunchtime now. What? I don't know what to eat for lunch. What do we eat for lunch? It's interesting that it's pushing back up here already. It'll be kind of breaking the rules here if we put it back on there, so I'm not going to do it. But I do kind of like it for a pushback up, though, to be honest. If I'm being honest, we do like it for a pushback up, possibly. All right, let me jump in there right quick and update this thing, so I don't have to keep doing it every time. I don't know why. So like I said, if you guys are interested in trading futures, do got the coupon codes down below. Link in the descriptions for the 71% off the APEX, 80% off Bulenox, 60% off Topstep. You get an additional 20% off if you've never used Topstep before and you use my link. Additional 20%. The hunger bug is real. Predator, what you eating over there? You probably already fixed, you and Juker probably already fixed dinner. Volume is, it's not been great today as it is, and it's back to just being dead. Back to being dead here. Zero volume to be had. Yeah, that's why I'm just sticking to this Ninzarenko strategy this morning or this afternoon. Not going to trade the other stuff. We're putting those accounts away for the day. Putting them away for the day. So on that Ninzarenko strategy, the reason why I'm not showing you guys the P&L, I mean, like this morning it was, you can see we're at 485. I was down like $1,600 or something like that on that account. Yeah, a little over $1,600 from the news play. But realistically, it wasn't really from the news play. I put a stop on it. I really wasn't supposed to have a stop. So if I didn't have a stop, it would have worked out. We didn't put a stop on the Topstep one in it. You can see it worked. Wow, look at this volume coming in now. Sell, sell, sell. I think the ES loses that 88 here. I think we start selling now. Still got the gap fill on the Nasdaq down to the 82.25. Is this thing just going to bomb through here? Let's see what happens over here on the ES. I think it is. I think this thing is just going to plunge right through there. There comes the 88s. I don't see it holding this time. It's been tested 4 times now. Although it did run that liquidity earlier. Probably am going to go grab some lunch. Also got to pick up the van for vacation, so that's what I'll do on my lunch here. Supposed to pick it up at 11 a.m. I don't think it really matters. We're going to take this. I mean, technically the ES is kind of at support, right? But we'll take it anyway. So if the green, you can see the trend line's not like as far tilted down as I'd like, but if this bar prints red, which it almost did, we would participate short here. If it prints, or I'm sorry, prints green. It's got to print green, not red. Know what I'm talking about? It's got to print red. If it prints or green, I'm mixing it up again. If it prints red, then we take it off. So printed red or purple there. It's a reversal. I think this would have been a nice entry though, but I didn't want to break the rules and put it on. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go get the gotta go get the truck and then grab something to eat. Be back for the FOMC minutes. We'll see what happens, whether or not actually, I don't know. That wasn't actually even a valid entry now that I'm looking at it. We're right there at the whole number. I don't know if we'll trade it or not. I might take one account. We'll see. Might take one account and full send it. We'll see there. Is that something you guys want to see? Full send on an account? This morning I was kind of expecting that I was expecting for it to go down. So I was right there. But I wasn't this afternoon. I don't really know. I don't know what to expect, right? This afternoon. I was thinking we might. I was kind of thinking we would push up. You can see the ES is losing it here. ES losing the 88 down to 87.50. So on this push back up, if we get a push back into the 05, maybe that 10 area, pop back up right quick, I might take a short here. Over here on this account, they were already up 360 on. I want to see a pop back into the 05, maybe the 10s, before it trades through the 90. So before it trades through the 90, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Pop back into the 10 area. That might give us an entry on the Rincos as well. It might. It's kind of watching the WADA here. The ES is losing that 88 area, so that's kind of what I'm watching here. I wanted to get that pop, though. I want to pop back above the whole number before it takes out the 90. Come on. Give me a pop. Typically, when it moves below that whole number like that, it doesn't stick on that first move. Here we go. A little more. I don't love that the ES is bouncing off the 86.50 though, but let's just watch it. There's the pop. 05s. Watching the WADA, as soon as those buyers start to trail off, we will take the short. That's the idea. So as soon as you see this start to trail back, '07s. This also would be a short over here. All right, I'm short. Target 93. 93 would be the target. Want to see the sellers come in here, push this thing down. If I don't see the sellers come in here soon, I'll kill it, but all right, move my stop to break even. Might get stopped out here. All right, it just stopped us out. I just didn't see the sellers coming in there. I think this thing's going to push through the 90s here. I really do, but I tried to front run that, and it just didn't do it. So this trade over here is still valid as long as this thing, as long as the background doesn't turn green there. So 2 more green candles and we have to take this one off, but I think this thing's going to sell. I really, really do. I just didn't have the nerve to hold it there. So we took a little bitty $25 break-even trade, $385. So just kind of watching the WADA there. See if the sellers come back in. I think we sell for, I mean, like, I'm like pretty confident we sell here. If it wasn't the FOMC today and that news this morning, I probably would have just held into this short here. Just hanging out at my entry. I was short there from the 0450s. So I was pretty confident in this setup here, but just because of what's going on today, I'm trying to be in and out, not put myself at risk that much. So even this trade, like realistically at the whole number, you're not really supposed to take it, but this is below the whole number, into the 90, but we would have our profit before we hit 90 here. So I feel okay about it. Even if it's a loser, it is what it is. But let's just see what happens. Need the ES to go back down, retest this 88 one more time here, push through there strong. Push down to the 86.50 earlier. That should trigger some selling here. Mancini did tweet something out. Let's see what he said while we're waiting. He said 93 to 88 was key support today as posted in the ES. Certainly in agreement on this. Testing it 6 times since yesterday, now basing here all day. As posted 1.5 hours ago, though, it is now weaker after multiple tests. 43.77, 66 are likely down, or next down. Bulls must reclaim 93 to resume up. So basically, we got to reclaim 93. Not that far up, to be honest. All right, do we get tagged in here? Let's see. Probably. Does it go to the profit target? Let's see. Maybe. All right, we're short over here. First target 92. The trail will come in at 92. If we get there. High probability, I think, that we get there. Stops in on that one. I'm going to move this one down too then. All right, there we go. Hit the first target. So this thing's trailing now. And I'm going to manually trail it myself. Second target down here at 87. I'm probably going to move that target. Well, stopped out anyway. Doesn't matter. All right, so that was a $800, almost $800 trade, $750. So we went from down $1,600 on this trade, on this account almost, to being up $1,150. No losers. We've taken 6 entries, 6 winners, no losers on that strategy so far today. So, if you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. And I'm going to go ahead and take me a lunch. If you guys are interested in a tumbler, like I said, my girlfriend started a small business. This is her TikTok account. The shop is linked down below. So if you're interested in a tumbler, if you just want to follow her on TikTok, there's the name. So I'm going to go ahead and go take a lunch. Let me move this Renko chart off here because that Renko chart's just going to go crazy. If it's on there, it's not going to be where you can really see it. Nutty's in a trade. He's probably short. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like he's short. Where's he short from, though? It looks like he's short. I think he's short from the O2 area. I can't see where it is there. That should be okay. Oh, he's on the ES, isn't he? Yeah, he's on the ES. He had his first target there. I think he's okay. I like the look of this. I think the ES is going to sell here. big time. There's 86 on the ES, making new lows. But anyways, I'm going to run grab some lunch. If you guys want to hang out, it'll be an hour, maybe an hour and a half. I don't know, something like that. I'll be back before the FOMC minutes for sure. So I'll be back. All right, we're back. We are back. Let's see what we got. What did we miss? You guys take any entries? Oh, got a little pushback up there. A little sell off. All right. Going to go back to the Rinco. Going to go back to the Rinco chart here. All right, let's get this camera turned back on. There you go. There you go. Let's see. Did I miss the news? Misread the news here? I thought, is it today? Isn't the FOMC meeting minutes today? 12:15, 1 o'clock. Yeah, it says. I mean, it says the meeting minutes are today. I believe. I believe it is today at 2 o'clock. I don't know. Looks like it is. At least on my thing, it says today at 2 o'clock. Yeah, it's today at 2, right? Predator? Is that what you're seeing? That's what I thought. I don't know why I was thinking, I don't know, for a second there, I thought I was wrong. Meeting minutes at 2 o'clock. Should we set an account up to send it? I don't know. We already did that this morning on the PPI, CPI, whatever it is. PPI, I think. I do have an account that I could do it on. Excuse me. I do have a Topstep account that I could use. I don't know that I want to. I don't really have a bias yet for the minutes. I don't know which way we're going to go there. Kind of thinking it's down, but I don't really know. If I had to guess, I'd say down, but could still be wrong. Did Mancini tweet anything while we were gone? 43.93.88's key support today is posted in the ES, certainly an agreement. No, this is the same thing from earlier. Got to reclaim 93 to move up. We're pushing back up to the 88 there on the ES. 88s. Nasdaq ran that liquidity down there at the 82. Still got some more down there. Low a day 73.25. For potential move back down here. Ooh. This looks, I kind of want to take this short. When the area I don't love though, but man, I do want to take it. Did not press the button. I wanted to, but I didn't. I like the look of this. I think this thing sells back down probably into the 70s here. Low a day at the 73. Still got a little liquidity there. Thinking maybe it sells down there. We'll see. I mean, the seller's definitely looking right here, right? Then volume's looking good. Zoom out. Yep, that was a C leg. That's your B to C there. This is your A leg down. Long B leg up, and then your C leg back down, probably to the 86s, somewhere in there at least. Thinking it sells further than that, but yeah, that's your B leg down. I missed it. B to C there. Just jumping back in here. I don't trade the A leg, as you guys know. I'll try not to trade the A leg. We don't trade the A leg if we can get away with it. We'll try to stay away from it. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're watching and you're not yet subscribed. You know what to do. There we go. Sellers coming back in here, pushing it down into the 80s. Probably going to see the lows here. ES back down to the 84s. Oh, getting a little reversal bar here. Let's see what happens. Still got the pivot down there at the 79. We got a little room here between us and the pivot. If we get a reversal bar, we could take it. See if we get a reversal bar here, though. That's the question. No reversal bar came there. Oh, my goodness. I want to take it. I know it's going to push into the 70s there. We do got the pivot at 75. I mean, you got the low a day sitting down there at the 70, 73.25 area, just calling its name. It's about to run the liquidity there. And there it is, 74. One more tick. There we go. Took the lows. It was a pretty easy read there. I didn't take it because I felt like I was like just sitting down and didn't want to just jump in. Did want to just jump in there. Through the pivot there at the 77s. Down into the 60s here. ES down to the 79s. Mancini called out 77, as you guys know. Making new lows here. Still got room to the downside. ES at the 79.50. ES at the 79.50. Trying to push through here, 79.25. Maybe a little push back up into that pivot here. Maybe we push back up, test this pivot. We might. I mean, this is a riskier entry, right? If it pushes back up and tests the pivot here, we shall see here. So we're going to push back up. I might participate here. This is one of those where it's not quite in the rules. We are kind of at the lows here, but I feel okay. I think we got more room to the downside here. So if we get punished on this one, can't blame the strategy. This is just me, right? This would just be me if we get punished. So technically, I'm supposed to be waiting for this green bar to print. And we're not really supposed to be taking these trades at the lows. And that's what we're doing. But I actually feel pretty decent about this one. I think we got more room to the downside here. Let's see if it pays off or if we get punished. I would like for the green bar to print. I mean, then that would make it still be breaking the rules, right? Because we are at the lows, but Mancini just tweeted, very slow action today in ES. Cool off following the 3 straight green days of trend. 93.83 is key support today after 6 tests today. Cracked as posted. 77 first down, almost there. Fairly good support with 66 below. All right, so that did print there. So we kind of want to hold below the, well, this shows a pivot point there, but I'm not quite sure why it's showing it there. But anyways, do kind of hold below that area. Let's get this push back down. If the background turns green, obviously that kind of invalidates it there. Down to the 65 here on the NQ. Let's kind of zoom out a little bit and see where this thing could go. Still got some liquidity down there at the 61s, and then below that, 55, 255 area. Let's take a look and see what everybody's thinking over here. So yeah, that's kind of too much of a push-up. So we have to take that off. I still do think we got room to move back down further here. So that's a nice push down, a little push back up. We see some bearish volume come in here. We'll take the short. Through 75, I think I take a short here. I probably shouldn't be pressing buttons, to be honest with you, but I just feel like this through 75s we sell down again. Probably make new lows once more. Not going to press it yet. Obviously, I'm waiting for the WADA to tell me when. So we got a little push back up there. Now we're trying to turn back down. ES at the 82s here. Let's see this sell volume come in here. We're going to take the short. Want it to be a proper setup, though. I want to keep the explosion line above the dead man. It's kind of what we want to see. If the sellers come in here, we will take the short, though. Not been a lot of follow through today, though, to be honest. Do also have the pivot there at the 75s. I mean, I guess this could be viewed as an A leg up as well, kind of an A leg up, B leg back down, and then a C leg to continue higher. I guess I do need to keep that in mind here, not just be one-sided on this. ES still at the 82s right there. Here comes some sellers. Pushing the 83s. Watching the WADA. Yeah, this could just be your low volume B leg right here, and then we could just continue higher, really. This could kind of go either way. I'm anticipating a move lower, but how do you get there is the question, right? Just waiting. You see the dead man or the explosion line. So now the explosion line is below the dead man, which I don't love. I don't love the long just because we are trading up into the 90. So this is kind of showing us on the Ninzarenko here along, but this is into the 90, so this is one that I would not take. Darn it. Sellers coming in here. Sellers coming in here, trying to push it down. We do got the pivot there at 75. Let's see if they get going here. See if we can get going here. Just watching that WADA. Watching the WADA. Let's go. 75. Come on, push through. Push straight through there. You don't want to see this thing bounce here. I'm at break even. I'm at break even right now, but I want to see this push through here. Come on. Get through there. We're locking in. I'm going to put my stop right above the pivot right now. Oh, you dirty dog. Did you see that spike back up? Almost got me. Come on, go. Stay under that pivot. Stop me out. Stop me out there. We got short at 78. Took profit at 76. It feels bad. 2 points. I mean, like, I wanted to just go through that pivot. I really was thinking shorting once it broke the pivot. We had a bit of a lightsaber, and then it just got me. I moved my stop, and it just came back and got me. So we took a little profit there. There it goes now. Up $440 on that account now. Target was going to be 65 if we could have pushed through there, but now we're through the pivot. This looks good. I'm not even looking at the Ninzarenko here. Let's pay attention here. We might get an offer of a... We might get an entry here on the Renko. Let's see. ES down to the 79.25 once again. This thing loses 79, the ES here. This thing, we just waterfall here. Waterfall for 20, 30 points. Let's go. So we get a push back up into that 75, which we did just have. That would have been a decent entry there, but it's kind of watching the WADA here. I jumped into that short kind of like right here for this break above once we started kind of getting this building action going. Got above the explosion line, got above the dead man. I knew we'd have a little resistance there at the pivot, but just kind of thought it would just kind of go right through there since we'd already traded through it once. But still got a little resistance there. ES unable to make a new low right now, pushing back up here on the pivot there on the Nasdaq. I was saying this was originally, I was kind of thinking like, you know, an ABC deal there, but we got in a bit late on it. I mean, obviously looking back, that's nice. Nice clean setup there. The only problem was you were below the dead man at the start of that sale there. Kind of got above the dead man in here right as you approach the pivot at 75. Got above it there. ES hanging out down there at the lows. So I kind of would like this thing to push back up, test the pivot, maybe test that 80, give us a reversal bar here. We could take a short on the Renkos, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. ES down at the lows once again. See if it can just pop through there. Probably will. I would be surprised if the ES does not make new lows here. Yeah, it could happen, but I'd be surprised if it did. Exact double bottom right now on the ES. Perfect double bottom. Do we just bounce out of here at the 60s? All right, ES making a new low there. And there you go. Look at that. Looky there, looky there. All the way down to the 60 there. 77s. There you are. There you go. Easy peasy there. Now I don't, if we get a reversal bar here now, this is not, I wouldn't love it. We ran that liquidity. We got a little more down there in the 55 area. I mean, I suppose we could get to that, but there's no need for it to take that, really. Doesn't have to. Doesn't have to, but it might. Still might. Still pushing down. 77.25 on the ES. Mancini called out 77. That's free information, guys. and it's good information, valuable information. I tell you guys every day, if you're not following Mancini, you should be, for sure. We should probably use that information and trade the ES, right? We probably should, but we don't. We could, but we don't. Still helps us on the Nasdaq as well. Kind of gives us an area of where we might normally consider a short. Like right here, I mean, this technically, it's at the lows, right? This is a dangerous short, right? Dangerous short. But we may take it. We're going to put it on the books and see what happens. Let's see if we get. Now, I will write down that this one is breaking the rules. This one is breaking the rules because we are at the lows. So this technically would be against our rules there. Against the rules. Oh, looks like we just got filled. See what happens. Let's see what happens. Do we get max pain here? Or does this reward us for breaking the rules? I don't know. WADA looks okay. Could go ahead and move the stop early. Since we did break the rules, I will do that. Give us 58 and a quarter. If not, we'll get stopped out for 1 point, which is still $100. I prefer the 58 and a quarter here. Stop me out for 1 point. That's okay. We'll still take it. It probably will work. I mean, we were literally like 2 ticks away from profit there, 3 ticks. Three ticks away from profit. Not supposed to take these entries down at the lows, but I felt like it would. I felt okay about it, to be honest with you. Kind of felt okay about it, but probably should have trusted it and just left it on there, but I didn't. So you can see short there from 63 and a quarter, covered at 62.75 and 62.50. Don't know what the average was there, but looks like we would have got filled. Boom. That would have been, we would have at least gotten the 5 handles there. 62, 63.50, 53.50 would have been the second one. Of course, it would be at break even right now. We probably would get stopped, but either way. So up $1,270 on that account now after being down $1,600. So that's netted $2,600 today on this strategy. There should be 7 winners and no losers so far. All right, let's see here. Let's decide. Let's decide on this FOMC minutes. Are we going to risk it? I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, we could. We've already done it once is the problem, so. I don't know. Still undecided if I'm going to participate. I do have a Topstep account I could do it on. We could. I'm going to pull it up. We'll decide. Let's make sure we put it on the right account if we do decide to do it here. All right. We'll make a decision. We will make a decision here. Kind of got a nice downward channel going here. So I don't know. If we decide to take it, we'll let you guys know. Right now, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure if I'm going to do it or not. We'll see. I'm trying to decide if what would be the next obvious. All right, let's watch. Let's look at the. $170, 165, kind of that next area down. 175. You know, actually, now that I'm looking at the hourly chart here, I do think this thing's probably going to move down more. Thinking that this thing's going to move down more. I think we get this pushed down. So we got another setup here, but this is at the low, 61 to 56. And I have to make a new low here, so I don't want to play with fire twice there. Don't want to play with fire twice. Yeah, I think that 175 area, 179. It's kind of what I'm thinking. What do you guys think? What do y'all think? What's your ideas on this? You think that it's we moving down? Or are we going to send it? I don't know. Trying to decide. Well, oh, all right. Let's see. Russ Miller says you would tell him down. Who knows? You're leaning towards down, Predator. Not sure. Yeah, I'm thinking down. That's what I'm thinking. I think we're going to get a push up here in the next few minutes, and then down. You know, I'm still kind of on the fence about which way to trade it. Right? Do you take the initial move and jump in? Or do you wait for that initial move, wait for it to stop, and then fade it long or short? I usually like to jump in on the initial move. Got about 10 minutes here until these minutes come out. So I don't know. I'm just trying to decide here. I'm just looking over everything. I mean, I do think down makes logical sense. So we have room down to the 180, 175 area, 166 area. And so I'm kind of thinking, I mean, and then even on the ES here, I mean, you could pop from 77 back up to 93. You could pop. And then sell off. I mean, that could be. So I'm thinking we sell, right? The thing is, it could pop 80 to 100 points on the Nasdaq, retrace that entire move, and then just sell off the rest of the day. So if you're sitting here thinking that it's going to sell, they may just try to, maybe one of those things where they try to trick you. So let's kind of see what happens. That's all we can do. Whether or not we participate, I'm not sure yet. If you pick the right direction, that's the whole thing, right? If you pick a direction and it goes that way, then you're good. I used to like to put my order on the screen, but I found that like that doesn't work as well. So if you just wait for that initial move and then you fade it, so like if we get a pump up the minute before, so if we get a push up the minute before, that kind of gives you an idea that it's probably going to sell. And if we get a sell down the minute before, it's probably going to pump, that kind of thing. At least that's what I found. Pumping up here, they're kind of front running it here a little bit, looks like. PPI tomorrow. So pushing here, this kind of leads me to believe we're going to sell even more now that we're pushing. Now that we're kind of front running it here, 5 minutes to go, 6 minutes to go here. Seems like it's usually what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens. That's all we can do. At the end of the day on this 50K account, what are we really risking, right? $1,000, because that's the daily loss limit. It's a newer account, so I've only got one trade day on it. And we were up, what, $164. So this is kind of the account I'm thinking of using. We're up 164 on it. We got 1 day in, so it worked this morning. So it's like, do I really want to, in this account here, do I really want to twice in 1 day risk it, right? We'll see. We shall see. So we don't know what's going to happen here, but we'll take it, take it in stride here no matter what happens. So let's see what happens here. Just kind of waiting for this for the minutes to come out. We got about 4.5 minutes here. Like I said, I'm kind of expecting a rip and a dip. Little rip up and then dip down. That's what I'm expecting, but whether or not that's what we get, who really knows? So still trying to decide how I'm going to play it, whether I'm going to put the order on the book or just press the button or not do anything at all. If I put the order on the book, we'll put it in a single direction, and it either takes us in that direction or it doesn't. Which that can still wreck you. It's kind of pushing here. Pushing up into the 80. So pushing right off of the lows there. Just going off 53 up to the 80s here. Let's go. Couple minutes here. Couple minutes. Oh, so let's make a decision here. So let's see what happens here with this action. Minute and 45 seconds here. So this candle kind of was going to give me my information, right? This is the way I usually play it. Whatever this last candle does in this final minute before, that's usually what I pay attention to. If it starts to push. Now, I will take my entry. I'm not going to wait for the 2 o'clock candle to open. Right there before the candle opens, I make a decision on which direction I think it's going to go, and I take it in that direction. So by doing it that way, I kind of, you know, you're locked into what you're going to do, right? So here we come into the final minute, the final candle here. Pulling back. Interesting. Interesting that it's pulling back. I was expecting it to push up. Well, let's just see what happens here. I mean, is this going to be a rip? I mean, I'm leaning towards a rip now, guys. I don't know. My initial thought was down. Now I'm not sure. We're about to find out here. 10 seconds. All right, it took a long there. I played it just like I said I was. Took it beforehand. So I did. I didn't. It ticked. It ticked my take profit there, $630. And I had the trailer on, so I really didn't have to take it off there, but I did. I had the trail stop on, so I was in profit, but I just went in and took it off there. So basically all I did right there was just wait. If you guys look at the 1 minute chart, now it's pushing. So I would have gotten the entire $1,500 there if I would have just waited. But, you know, in those types of plays, sometimes you just want to be in and out. So this is what I was looking at. So we're in this range, right? So these last 2 candles on the 1 minute chart, that's kind of where I developed my strategy. Even though we pushed up here, I kind of felt like they were faking people out. So then this candle here, red. So right as this candle was about to close, I got long. Pushed up. That wick, the first wick up almost got me. I was only looking for 15 handles. So it almost got me there. It pulls back, and I just covered. So $630. Not going to be mad about it. Wanted $1,500, but we'll take $630. Anytime you can take some profit out of it, you're happy with it. So we took some profit out of that there. It's all we can ask. Yeah, I thought it was going to go down myself. I mean, you guys, we just talked about it, and I thought down made sense, but then those last 2 minutes of candles didn't give me that indication. Laura's currently short. She banged in a short on that wick up. So kind of what we were thinking, the ES, we thought the ES might push up into that 93 and then pull back, and it pushed up into the 90 now, 89. That could be something that could happen, that it, even though you think down, it could very well go both ways, right? So trying to pull back into that range there. So pushed up into that 307 area, 306 area. Kind of double topped. What is this? Oh, I was like, what chart am I on over here? It just didn't look right. So Laura is short here. She just posted that she's short. I'm just watching the WADA. So kind of retrace that move there. It wasn't a huge move, to be honest. I mean, we wicked back down to 77. We pushed up to 07. So like a 40-point move. Well, not really a huge move to speak of there. So there we go. Up 600 on the news play, 1,500 on the news play from this morning. And our manual trading, we are up, what are we up? 400, I think 440? Maybe. The 15-minute breakout did not work this morning. We lost 570 on that. And then the 5-minute gap strategy, we lost $400. We also lost 200 on the live account. So we're up 440 on the one we manually traded, and then 600 on the news play. There's that short coming in that Laura called out there. Started to just take it, but I didn't. All right, Predator. Thanks, man. We'll see you tomorrow. So ES kind of double top there, pushed up into that 89, pulling back now. If we get an entry on the Rinco here, we might take it. We are below the 90, so. So pushed out the top of that trend there for a moment. Going to look for a short here if this prints green. So we need this bar to print green and we can take a short. Should print green here. All right, orders on the book. If the cloud turns green, then we will take it off. So we're getting short at 88.25, looking for 83.25 there. Just below the 90. So if this candle prints green here, then we probably take this off. Probably take it off. If it prints red, then it's still valid at that point. Let's watch this WADA, see if the sells come through here. Still trying to push here, actually. So again, we're just watching this bar. If it prints green, see the back's already green slightly, but one bar in, we leave it on. 2 bars, we take it off. So let's kind of see what happens here. Thinking it looks okay here for a sell. WADA sellers are coming in. Push through this 90, we go quickly down into the 70s probably. All right. Need sellers come through here on the WADA if it's going to push down. I don't know how I can change the color over here on this. I need to work on that. I'm sure there's a way that I could come in here and probably need to all right, we're tagged in here. Tagged in short. See what happens. We don't want this thing back above 90. We want this thing to just sell right now. You do not want it back above 90. And by the way, guys, there's a reason I don't have the chart trader on here. I'm bad about just taking it off. If I don't like it, I'll hit the cancel button. I don't even have that option here. Now, I can move the stop, but I don't have the option to close the trade. I do that so that I don't close the trade. I need to trust it. If we're tagged in and the setup's proper, we should trust it. Now, we could move the stop. You know, if we're taking something that doesn't make sense, we could move the stop. But otherwise, we're not supposed to be messing with anything. We just let it do what it's supposed to do. All right, come on. Go. Down. Oh, that was so close, guys. That thing put down to 84. It's 3 ticks away from our take profit there. 3 ticks away. I want to move the stop. I'm moving it. Come on. There we go. There we go. There we go. Never a doubt, guys. Never a doubt. Stopped out on the runner. Never a doubt. We can say that after we hit the thing, right? Now up $1,875 on that after being down $1,600 this morning. So on this strategy, we're up $3,400 today. Is that right? Is that math right? That's wrong. No, that's right. $3,475. It's kind of surprised we didn't sell off further there. Kind of surprised. Now we're popping. Popping. Back above the 90s. So it was kind of exciting. Some news there. That news play was a little bit exciting. You know, nothing crazy, but Gave us a little excitement there for a moment. Let's see what's going on over here. So I don't know. We got CPI data tomorrow. I wonder if we'll have a bigger move on the stuff that's going on tomorrow. Trend is sideways here on this Renko chart, so nothing we can do right now. Wait until this thing puts us in a position to take an entry. One that makes sense. So kind of testing the top of that channel that we were in, that downward channel. I mean, a short here probably makes sense. I think we probably sell back down into this 250s. So if you wanted to, you could throw a short on here, and I think you'd be okay. But who really knows, right? As long as we hold below that 300 level there, it seems reasonable that we might sell. Kind of been idiot boxing here, though, to be fair, since that move. Which it wasn't like a huge move anyway. It was not a huge move. Was there some news, Jason? Yeah, there was Fed minutes, 2 p.m. Fed minutes. We took a trade on the news there. Woo! 440 on the account we're trading, and then we took the trade on the news on this one, 630. We took a long. Do got CPI data tomorrow as well, so I don't quite know what type of price action we're going to have this afternoon. ES trying to push here up into the 90. No problem, Jason. So this is kind of offering a setup here on the Rincos, but the problem is we're trading into the whole number, so we wouldn't take it. Trends up. It's kind of chopping here anyway. You can kind of zoom back out here and see this is not great. See, we did push above and pulled back. Kind of bullish. So we would get long at 99.75 if I chose to take this. We did have a push above and a pull back below. I mean, I don't know. This is not one, really not one that I love. I've taken a couple today that I'm not, I don't quite fit the criteria. Although I mean, it looks okay. I mean, we're only looking for 305, right? We'll toss it on there, see what happens. I mean, after all, we're only looking for 305 here. See what happens. All right, we're in there. We're in there. Once again, this one's kind of breaking the rules right here at the whole number. So if we get punished, you know, don't blame the strategy. It's the person pressing the buttons. It's the person pressing the buttons. He's horrible. WADA doesn't look very good here yet. It's got to go now if it's going to go. I don't have a way of closing the trade, so that's why we don't have the chart trader up. We can choose to move the stop closer, though, if we don't love it. ES trying to push here. Back up into the 90s itself. Trying to test the 90. All right. Well, we're watching here. If this thing doesn't go, it doesn't go. I don't think I'm going to move my stop. I'm going to give it an opportunity to just go here. WADA can kind of go either way, to be honest. Here comes the sellers. Stopped out there. And again, this is one of those where I'm longing into the whole number, right? So that's our first loser for today. We're going to put that we longed into the whole number. So that's probably one that we could avoid for sure. 310. Need that ES to kind of get above that 93 there to get going per Mancini. If the ES can get above the 93s, then we go. At least that's what Mancini told me in his tweet. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. If you're not yet subscribed and you're watching, please do subscribe. Let's see. Oh, man, over 300. I kind of want to take this over 300. I don't know. I was thinking if we pop that 300 level, I'd want to just take the long. All right, let's go. We're long. Let's go. Stop's already in at break even here, so if we get... Why do I do it? I moved the stop to break even. There's no... I mean, like, it is... I don't know. Stopped out there for a break even, but... I think we're going to go. I think we're going to at least hit the 10s here is what I was thinking. I mean, the WADA looks not great yet. There it goes. We are now but a spectator as it heads towards our profit without us. Oh, there's the tens. All right. There you go. I read that trade perfectly, and then I just moved my stop like a dummy. Moved my stop like a dummy. It's all right. All right, this is the Rinko strategy over here. Once again, we need this bar to print red. Need the bar to print red. Come on, give me the entry. And just go into the moon without it. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Hit the wrong thing. It wouldn't let me do it anyway. Going to the moon without us. All right, we are going to take a long here if the ES, or not the ES, once the Nasdaq pulls back. I'm going to wait for a pullback, and then we're going to take a long. Let me go back and look and see if there's anything I'm missing. Let's look at the lunchtime highs. Up there at the 330s. So I'm going to participate long here, guys. We pull back here. Right there at the VWAP right now. ES kind of at the VWAP as well. Come on. Waiting on the pullback. I was in this move and then I chicken out. I do not want it to run the 31 area before. I want it to pull back before it hits 31. Want to see it pull back into the 06 area before it takes out that 31. That'd be ideal. If it takes out the 31 first, then come on, pull back. Come on, pull back. Come on. It's needing a pullback. It's running the liquidity there that I didn't want it to do. Off to the races here. I mean, it's just not getting a pullback here. I am completely waiting on a pullback, and it's just not happening. I know as soon as I jump in, it will pull back, so. Now getting a pullback. Would have preferred it to pull back before it took that liquidity there, though. That would have been the preference. So now we're getting the pullback. Let's see if we can't find an entry here. Obviously, we already got the order on the book on the Ninzarenko. Do we continue higher? Probably. Highs all the way up there at the, what is that, 80? 87? Man, that's a dump. Don't know if that's a pullback or that looks like a dump. Got to cancel that long there. 06 would be my entry off this if it can get to it long. Let's see here. ES pulling back. Kind of want to see that ES hold that 92, 93 area kind of right here where it is. Want to see the ES hold right here at the 93s and push back up. Seems as though that's what it's trying to do. VWAP right there at the 316, 317 area on the Nasdaq. Kind of want it to hold that VWAP area. If we lose the 93s on the ES, I won't love it for the push back up. Want to see the ES kind of hold that 92, 93 area there. Mancini says 43.77 was dip target, which called fairly good support. Ran back to 88.93 resistance. Noise ahead of it. Bulls want to keep defending 77, keeping 18 in play. So kind of losing that area there. All right, so the ES kind of losing that 93 area down to the 92s. Let's see if this thing continues to sell. Oh. So I was kind of watching here for a short. All right, I'm going to put that on there because I want to enter short over here as well. I want to enter short over here as well. So maybe a push back up into the 20 might make sense. Where's the VWAP? That's right there into the VWAP. There's the 20, just waiting. And I'm take the short here. Oh, is this thing just going to do me dirty? Come on now. All right, we want to see the 08s here. Sell down into the 08s. Give us the 08s at least. Come on. You got more. Give me the 08s. Stop me out on my first position. Second position, the runner is at break even. Looking for 01 on the runner. Gonna just leave it at 1 point in profit here. Might get stopped. Stopped out. Stopped out there, so we took a little decent trade there. Let's see what we got. So we're now up 565 on that one. Took a few points out of it, nothing crazy. $565. I hate when I do that. It always does that when I drag that one P&L. Every time I drag that one, it does it. Still have the order on the book there for the Ninzarenko. See if we get tagged in here or not. Still looks fine for that one. So on the 1 minute, we ran that liquidity to the upside. We have a market structure shift to the downside there. Yeah. Well, on the 1 minute chart we did. 3 minutes. Yeah, not so much on 3 minute. Well, did trade back down into that 06 fair value gap that I was looking at on the 1 minute. Literally trade back into that gap perfectly, and now it's taken off. Started kind of looking in the other direction for whatever reason. I don't really know why I did, but I did. Started thinking the other direction. It literally traded into that 1 minute gap perfectly. It's kind of what I was thinking, but then I switched over to short. So it came down to 04, and it's all the way back up to 24. ES held that 93. Traded below it slightly. Now it's going. Like the look of the volume here coming in. Getting a little pullback here. Let's see if this thing holds. I mean, you could make an argument in both directions here, so I think I'm going to... We took a little trade there, took a little something out of it, not much, but let's give it a minute. Let's get some of this noise off our chart. There we go. "23 minutes left until power hour. Laura's short again. She's shorted up here. Oh, I guess you can't see it. She shorted that move up earlier. We're going to retest the 06 area again here. Sellers coming in here on the WADA. Explosion line still below the dead man, though. Oh, these guys are crazy. These guys are crazy here. All right, there we go. Starting to push now. Come on, get down there. Get down there. I'm just watching the, I'm looking over here. It says, Laura makes a comment. She says she found someone. He has software that blows her mind. However, he wants me to suck him, but no can do. He wants me to suck him off. Paul Revere. Oh, thanks. Anyways, and then Dylan chimes in and says, I'll suck him off if we both get access. And then someone else says, I'll cup his balls. Don't know what they're talking about. Craziness. Craziness going on over there. All right, pushing back to the 25s here. ES is kind of holding that VWAP there above the 93s. Looking kind of bullish here, to be honest. Do got this trend kind of, right off the lows there on the 3-minute charts, looking pretty much like a trend up. We're holding these low to lows. Kind of holding these low to lows. No, you guys can't see that, but like right there. Yes, we took some scalps. We took some scalps in there, guys. We took some. Not a lot, but we did take some. So we're up on this account, $600, 605. You come on. All right, I'm not pulling that over there anymore. Every time I do that, it does that. I don't really know why. My cousin says because the resolution that I'm coming from one to the other, it's a different resolution apparently. I don't know. I think they're the same. So the trend is kind of up here on this. You can see we got the trend lines kind of going up. If we get a pullback bar, we might could take it. Like I said, I could have taken this one at the 18s, but I didn't love it. I think the trend line was actually pointing. I think it was kind of pointing down there. It's tilted down a little bit. So holding that low-to-low trend line there, testing the 30s. ES holding the VWAP. Sellers coming right back in there. Going to test this low-to-low trend line right now. Let's see what happens. So this is an entry long if we get it here. I don't really know. I don't know if I love it, but this is an entry long. So we'll throw it on here, follow the rules, see what happens. Trends up. We get a pullback bar with a red candle printed behind it, and we put our entry right at the top of the body of the pullback bar. If the background turns red, we take it off. Simple as that. Just looking for 20 ticks on the first. On the majority of the size, 20 ticks. Then we'll have a runner on there for 40 ticks. If the ES holds the VWAP here and the Nasdaq, then this looks decent enough. We are above the VWAP. So we'll be taking a long 24.75. Take profit will be 29.75. Basically got to just eclipse this top of this candle to get our take profit here. So getting tagged in here possibly. There comes some buy volume. Tagged in. See what happens. Volume coming in nicely here. See if we get this 5 handles up there at 29.75 on the first set of contracts. Leaving our runner on. Runner will go to break even there if we eclipse that 29.75. And it will trail price up from there with a 10 handle target. Want to see the buyers come in here, push this thing up. Let's roll. Looking pretty decent from here. Should be able to get through the 30 here, I would imagine. Don't want to jinx it, but I think we should be able to get through the 30. I don't like that it hasn't went yet. I'm trying to give it a second here before I move the stop manually, but I'd like for it to have went already. Just need a nice boner candle to the upside here. Don't like that red coming in there on the WADA. Don't love the red on the WADA. We need the green on the WADA. We need the green, not the red. So what were we? We were like 1 point away from our take profit there, 1.25, $1.25. Just give it a second. Still can go. Just got to hold this VWAP here. We can still go. Stops in a decent spot, I think. So we can still go here. Hold the VWAP, still bounce. If the ES loses the VWAP, that would be concerning. But until then, we'll stick with it. Let's go. Let's go. Wow, this is taking a minute. Not looking good over there on the WADA now. Some sellers coming in. We are moving below the dead man, so this can be flipped in both directions here. It could go against us, could go for us. Who knows? If we take the loss, we take the loss. This was one of those that where we're following the rules, so it's all we can do. If we get stopped, we just get stopped, right? Gots to go. We need to see this C leg come on in here. Little A leg up, B leg down, C leg up. Shallow one, but it's there. So even Max said he wants to see a C leg up. He's running in there going, bring the C leg. Bring on the C leg. All right, do we move the stop here since we have held this through the drawdown there? I don't know. I don't know that we should. Could have moved it up there to break even. Decided not to. A lot of times when I take drawdown on a trade and then it gives me an opportunity to get out break even, I typically would try to take it, but trying to show a little bit more patience here. Now we will move it up. So we can't lose. But want the 29.75. We'll move this down. Not even going to get a point on it if we get stopped out. Just go. Let's go. We're literally 2 ticks into profit here. Give me the target on the first one and do what you will with the second one. It's fine. There we go. Trailing. Ooh, 1 tick my target there, really? There it is. There it is, guys. There it is. The strategy pays. So we're up $1,210 now on that strategy. 1210. Right there. And we started the day down 1,600, so the 1,600 was a news play this morning that wasn't from this strategy, so technically we're up $2,800. 8 winners, 1 loser. And the loser, we longed into the whole number, which is against the rules. That's against the rules. So that was a $1,200 loser, so if you added that back since I broke the rules, then technically we're up $3,600 if you added it back. So that one did put you through some stuff right there, but she paid off. She paid off. I think I did decent on not moving the stop there. I think I moved it at a reasonable point. You're not really supposed to move it at all, but the thing is, sometimes you got to use common sense, right? Although we did have a decent support there. We're holding that low-to-low trend line. We got the VWAP right there, you know, so there's no reason we should not at least have pushed 5 handles. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm counting the losses that I made back. So we were down 1,600. We're up 1,200, so it's 2,800. But on the one loser that I took $1,200, I broke the rules. I longed into the whole number. So that is the only one. No, there was one other that I did break the rule on. I shorted into the low, but knew there was more room. So kind of offering us another setup here. This is the thing, though. I'm not going to – probably not going to take it up here. The background's already turning red there. So, well, guys, I do got a few things to do today. This afternoon, I still got to go pick that bus up, van, whatever you call it. So let's go ahead and show you guys where we ended up today. 5-minute breakout strategy, 5-minute gap strategy down 404. Also down $200, $190 on the live account today. Up 605 here on this account that we were trading. Down 570 on the 15-minute breakout trade this morning. And then we're up $1,500 here. And then we took another $630 here. So a green day. I mean, we're down 400 on one account, 200 on another. And other than that, we're green. And then on that Ninzarenko strategy, we are up. What were we up on that one? $1,210 on that one we're up. So if you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Trying to work our way into 1,000 subscribers. Still got a ways to go. If you guys are interested in trading futures, we do have links to Topstep and APEX down in the description below. And also Bulenox. 71% off of APEX, 80% off Bulenox, 60% off Topstep. If you guys are interested in a tumbler, here's my girlfriend's business. Support the small business. She can make you any kind of custom tumbler that you want. Website's right there. This is her TikTok. Go give her a follow. Check her out. She does a good job. So these are kind of some of the ones she did. Yeah, there's one. So give it a look. Give it a check out there. But I will be live tomorrow, 9:15 a.m. Live tonight also for the London session at 2:45 a.m. Join me for that if you guys like what you see here. Appreciate you watching today. And we'll see you guys next time. Have a good day.